with the finance committee about our budget, and in that meeting discussed adding a memorandum just to provide some extra detail that the Senate expressed wanting to be able to see. And so I'm really proud of the memo that Speaker Phillips sent out to you all earlier today with more of that information, and I'm really excited to just discuss our budget with you all today as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, President Van. Vice President Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam.
I have a
excuse me.
Questions about the report.
Oh, I apologize, Chair Gary. Do you have you said you had a question?
Yes, just two quick questions. For the first one, how is the progress of finding a permanent OTR replacement going? Just as like a very important role, I just want to make sure that that's ongoing.
Yeah, I think that how well the process is going, I guess I'd want to know what you mean when you say well. I think that we are just far along in that process. We've had a couple different people apply and considered. We've had multiple opportunities to fill the role and haven't. And so I guess that's where I guess my confusion would be in answering. I just want to make sure that I give you an answer that's helpful. The people that we have not put in that position, we just felt wouldn't be able to do the job as effectively as we need. And so we have connected with the staff in student life and leadership who have a lot of really great connections in the B School and a couple of other places on campus, and have had multiple members of their staff send us names of faculty members and also students that faculty have already recommended for us to reach out to directly. And so we're really hoping that some of those B School connections will pan out and we'll be able to get a student who will not only be able to do this job well really soon by the deadline that's outlined in the code, but also a student who this work is something that they're really passionate about and that'll help them in their future professional development. Is that a helpful answer?
Yeah, it is. My second question relates to the branch website. So under legislation passed at the last meeting, it is now required that all notices of meetings and agendas be posted on the branch website at least 2 business days in advance. And your branches are also required to set up a method for members of the public to request documentation, but any public records through their websites. I was wondering if the executive branch has made any progress on implementing these changes to the website in general.
Yeah, I'm honestly not certain that our webmaster is in this meeting right now. I believe they're abroad along with our secretary. And so they could give you a better answer than I could, or what I would say is that I'd be happy to follow up with them and get you a more detailed answer via email or however you'd like to connect. But what I will say is that we want to make sure that we're fully in compliance with all those regulations. A lot of these changes are just kind of new information to us. And so we're really excited as well just to be able to collaborate with you and make sure that everything that we do put on our website as our webmaster is getting everything fully set up is in compliance with what's required of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. I guess I kind of forgot because we haven't been in the space in a while, but people do have questions for the reports. So I guess just if there are any more questions, I'm happy to answer those now.
All right, I don't believe I see any raised hands. Thank you, President Van. Vice President Robinson, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and no hard feelings to Chair Gary for delaying my words just a little bit longer, but I want to thank the president for her wonderful report. And she did telegraph just a little bit about our first update, which is we're moving forward with the selection committee for Student Supreme Court Justice and for Solicitor General. That'll be coming in the next month. We'll have nominees to present for those 2 individuals at the July meeting, which, if all goes according to plan and those individuals are confirmed, will make President Van the first president in the last decade to fill all of the judicial branch leadership by the first day of class. So that's a goal that we're very intent on meeting. And I appreciate the Speaker and Chair Gary and others have already agreed to serve on that selection committee. If other folks have questions about that process, I'd be happy to answer them as we continue moving forward. Hardship parking is going to be a conversation that's ongoing in the days to come. I'll be meeting with the vice chair of that committee, who was elected vice chair when I was elected chair. Elena Vidrascu, she's the vice president over on the GPSG side of things. We'll be talking about a way to make sure that process is done fairly and smoothly. We also have dozens more applications for different things. So the nominees you'll hear from tonight are just the first crop. We're very excited for you to hear about them. I'll tell you, it's been, as we like to say back in Monroe, a whole lot of GQPs, generally qualified people. And so it's really hard to get through all these applications and make decisions about exactly where everybody should shake out. But we're looking forward to keep on presenting qualified folks to the president for her final approval and nomination, and showing our dedication as a branch to making sure that all of this gets done correctly. Tonight, you're also going to be hearing about 2 key programs from my office. First, food bank to ever be run from the Student Government Suite. And from student government, we'll be looking for partners on that. So I look forward to going into more detail either in that part of the meeting or later with all of you. And also about the collaboration between my office and the undergraduate speakers regarding a lecture series on public service. So far, I've already talked to several former members of the legislature, a former statewide elected official at the Council of State, and a former governor of North Carolina, all of whom are interested in coming to speak, if we can make it work for the dates. So again, very excited to be able to put that forward for all students to enjoy and make sure that we're marketing that far and wide. Also, as we look towards SAC, which will begin meeting once we come back to campus after the first day of classes, I want to make sure that if you have issues on campus that you want to bring to the attention of the chancellor, that we're able to help do that. You'll be hearing from a couple of SAC nominees tonight, and we'll be rounding out the rest of the SAC nominations next month in July. Other than that, I do want to just take one slight moment of personal privilege to welcome all of the folks who are here tonight to petition the Senate on specific things that matter to them and that are of interest to them. I think it's important that we have folks here to petition their government for what they want to see. And so very glad to see all of you here, and I'll take any questions that anyone may have. Thank you. Chair Gary.
The vice president has, I apologize.
Yeah, I have a
Chair
question
Gary, go
about
ahead.
hardship parking. I think you could, if you remember from last year, when you served at the office that I currently hold, there were some issues. So if you could just walk us through where hardship parking is currently at and what the general timeline is on that, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, I want to thank the folks in the 103rd Senate, my former colleagues who worked hard to reform what the hardship parking committee looks like. I think that the process that we ultimately ran fairly smoothly under Treasurer Shukla. That would have been last semester. So I look forward to running that process again smoothly this semester. My chief of staff, Matthew Tweed, will be running a lot of point on that. Also plan to bring on several folks into the office of the vice president to specialize on that project specifically. But Elena and I, as chair and vice chair, will largely be facilitators who ensure that the committee is running smoothly and that things are being done in a totally unbiased manner. We want to be as totally transparent with the Senate and with our students as possible, short of disclosing FERPA sensitive information. So we plan to do that, to cooperate fully, and I'd be happy to provide members of this body with questions, updates, anything that you would like in that aspect. All you need to do is email me. Y'all have my email, and we'll be as transparent as possible with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gallagher.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. I have a couple questions in relation to your recent social media activity, just because of its effects on a couple of senators. Just first, primarily, I guess my main question would be, before making any of those posts, did you make any effort to reach out to any of those senators that you had listed their contact information for?
Senator, I want to be clear that all that I simply did was direct folks to the publicly available meeting recordings and transcripts where folks were able to make judgments for themselves about who they wanted to reach out to about what topics. I think my statement speaks for itself, and I think the words of senators in that meeting speak for themselves. That's why I'm very glad that we have recordings and not just minutes. And so I believe that's all the statement I can make to that first question, but I'm happy to take more if you have them.
All right, awesome. I guess I'm going to continue on that line. As the vice president, you made a statement about that meeting. And I just want to, ask you, as the vice president, do you think it's responsible to publicly imply that 15 to 20 senators have like a stance in upholding white supremacy on campus?
Senator, I think it's one of the most appalling things I've ever seen to see senators espousing rhetoric of the lost cause in an undergraduate Senate meeting. I think it's one of the most shameful things I've ever heard to hear senators opining as to reasons why or why not people who owned other people should or should not be glorified. I think it's disgraceful to hear people espousing that people who they know should be removed from a list simply because they know them. And so in terms of how folks voted, I didn't hear exactly why everyone, their vote is justified on that voting record. As for why everyone voted the way they did, I hope that they'll be able to explain that to constituents and maybe even to some folks who are here tonight to comment on that. But again, Senator, I'll let their voices speak for themselves, just as mine does, and I'm happy to take further questions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have more questions. If you don't really know the reasons why people voted no, how can you quickly make that assumption that they voted no because they didn't support the cause.
Senator, if you voted no on that bill, you being anyone, if one voted no, clearly there's a reason why. And I'll tell you what, I don't think that bill should have taken the slightest bit of discussion beyond understanding what it was about. And so folks can justify their own votes to their constituents. I simply highlighted the fact that some senators in that meeting, and I think my statement is reflective of this, voted for reasons that I thought were wrong. And I'm not going to not speak out on these things just because of the office I hold. I hold a First Amendment right just like you do. And so that's exactly why I spoke out. And I'm going to continue to do that. And I don't think that you would disagree with me there.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not going to disagree with you on the point that you have your First Amendment right to say what you want. And I also would definitely disagree. I didn't vote in favor of that. Right. But I guess my last question was, were you just aware of any of the effects of or consequences of that post?
Senator, I was not. I don't know if any of the senators are aware of the consequences of their comments about me and some of the comments that were made against me that were absolutely unfounded. And what I can say is I would refer you to one of my favorite speeches by President Theodore Roosevelt regarding being in the arena. And when you step into a role of public discourse, your votes, your comments, your words, what you say is subject to discourse, to discretion, and to justifying that to your constituents. And so I feel very comfortable with the fact that I used my platform to highlight to members of our student body an issue that I thought was not addressed correctly. And I'm glad that many of them are here tonight to follow up on behalf of themselves. And so that would be my response to your question.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gregson, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Robinson, were you present during the discussion of said resolution in the Senate, according to the Zoom meeting?
Like a lot of folks, Senator, after 2 hours on the Zoom call, I stepped away after working all day to have dinner, but I can promise you that I watched the recording in full before making any statement and was well aware of what was happening as it was called to my attention. And I would not make a statement prior to understanding in full the context. So I hope that answers your question.
That's all. Thank you. I'm very glad that you made a statement with not actually being there. So thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Bass, you have a question?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So first off, Sam Robinson, thank you for saying what you got to say. However, what I will say is that, at least for me, speaking on myself last meeting, it was pretty clear that the reason why we delayed that bill was because not because I disagreed with the content side of it. It was because the bill, I personally thought, in my opinion, the bill didn't have adequate research in it. I understand the research already exists in this world. I understand that within that 18 hours, I could have done the research myself, and I acknowledge that. However, what I will say, the clear intention behind that was because I personally wanted it to be a robust bill. If we're all going to sign our name on this bill, we want to make sure it's legitimate. We want to.
Senator, we have a long agenda. Is there a question?
All right. So my question for you is that going along those lines, considering that we all clearly said that we wanted to table the bill, why did you not take that into consideration when you posted that statement when that was clearly the case? And it's not when the reason was clearly not because we're trying to uphold any of the things you try to accuse of the same. But in reality, we just want to make sure that we can pass a bill to make sure the UNC administration actually accepts it, because the chance of them accepting it is much higher if it's an actual research-backed bill with a lot of robust evidence included in the bill, not just that it exists out there in the world.
Point of order.
Senator, no, if you had a point, Mr. Chairman, point of order, that would precede my comment.
Please go ahead.
All I'll say, Senator Bass, in response is I think folks' statements on the record are very clear, and I would encourage anyone to go back and view them. I have to say, Senator, that part of your concern might have been research, but you also happened to make some of the statements, you directly, that I took the most objection to, and that I was the most offended by. And so I will leave it there. But in terms of research, I can promise you 18 hours is an adequate amount of time. And furthermore, you absolutely could have done the research during the meeting if that's what it came down to, because surely you didn't object to 40 names. If there'd been one or two, that would have been one thing. But I strongly disagree with your sentiment and stand by my former statement.
Can I respond to that, or
Yeah, you are allowed to follow up if it's a question.
it's not a question?
Is it brief?
Yeah.
All right.
So I just want to say first off that I obviously made a lot of
Point
points.
of order discussion.
What's up?
Chair Ardall, yes, sir. Was it? What would you say? Something?
I believe that would be discussion.
Discussion. Okay.
I'll make it very quick.
Senator, sticking with the standing rules of the Senate. Could this wait for discussion?
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate that. Senator Gregson, your hand is up. Did you have another question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Thank you for your truly thoughtful interpretation of our conversation. I hope in the future you take further thoughtful interpretation into your actions towards women.
Point of
on
order,
your
is there a question?
staff. Thank you.
Chair
Oh,
Gary,
that's
that's it. Julia Clark, I see your hand is raised. I believe we have to extend privileges as a non-senator if you had a question of the vice president.
So moved.
A motion. Yeah.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Oops. I'm sorry. Thank
I was
you.
about to say, sorry, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. My question is, and so we have a lot of student guests that are here today to speak their mind. And so my question is, instead of us debating about social media, are there going to be parameters for how this meeting is going to go to ensure that students that are here will be able to speak in an appropriate time instead of us sitting here arguing for hours when we still haven't gotten to other important items on the agenda? So I just want to make sure that that's being thought about. So are there any parameters that we should know or discussion norms that we should know both as students and for other senators as well?
I apologize. My audio cut out. Was that a question directed to the vice president?
It was more directed to the Senate, but to answer, I'm happy to answer that question, Madam President, and say that the public comment period will be entirely your time. This is traditionally the time in response directly to reports of the Senate. But there will absolutely be time for that for public comment in just a few moments after the remainder of the reports, is my understanding.
Thank you. I also wanted to clarify, are there discussion norms or guidelines additionally for senators as well? Because I have a feeling we're going to have some impassioned discussion. And so I feel like if norms are not established, they should be, to ensure that we're not wasting anybody's time.
Christian,
Yeah, Chair Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, during my report, which is well, it is a little later in the agenda, I was going to take some time to just kind of review all the standing rules that the Senate has for discussion and debate. But if, like, Christian, you want me to just go over it now, I guess I can kind of just do it now.
Just to move the agenda along, would you mind, and Julia, would it be all right if we went over this later on in reports before we got to the public comment period? So we can move this along.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that there were norms in place. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be sure to let y'all know before we get there. I appreciate it. Senator Bass, your hand is raised. Do you have a question?
So no, I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Senator Syed.
Sorry, this is less a question and more just informing like a lot of the extra people here that I assume that a lot of you guys are here regarding to the renaming bill. Just wanted to say that that's like near the very end of the agenda. There's might be a decent bit of time until we get to that.
Senator, point of order. I believe a lot of them are here for the public comment period as well. Did you have a follow-up question for point of information? All right, seeing none. Does anybody else have any questions for the vice president? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Treasurer Grotsky, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say it's very, very refreshing to see so many people coming to the coming to the undergraduate senate to make their voices heard, and to really to petition their government for what they believe in. But moving on to my points. So first of all, I, along with President Van, President Nollert, and Vice President Agarwal, had the opportunity to meet with Vice Chancellor Nate Nuffman and Business Officer Nakia Shepherd-Lynch regarding the fee review process, and specifically the role that student leaders will be taking in that process. We had a very productive discussion, and we clarified the timeline for SFAS, which will inform the timeline for SFAC. Based on this timeline, we believe that SFAC will begin fee review sometime in August. So when that time comes, I will, of course, report regularly to the Senate on SFAC's transactions. Relatedly, Vice Chancellor Nuffman did communicate that he expects there to be limited flexibility in terms of finally moving through fee increases, which is of course disappointing. I will continue to advocate very strongly for adjustments to student fees to maximize the benefits to the undergraduate student body. On another note, I've completed hiring for my office since the last Senate meeting. I'll inform you that Stephen Nuzolo, who is a former Senate staffer and a member of the Carolina Union Board of Directors, has joined my team as Deputy Undergraduate Treasurer. I'm very excited to be working with him. I've also hired two former senators, Matthew Tweeden and Benjamin Wilson, as special advisors to the Treasury to assist and advise me in my office. The fiscal year ends this Thursday. After the turn of the fiscal year, I will begin work on an official report on fiscal year 2021-2022 that will analyze all aspects of undergraduate student government finance over the last year, including the reimbursement process. I'll be happy to, I will of course provide that to the Senate as the primary recipient of that report. I completed and published a guide on viewpoint neutrality for the Senate and for all other students interested. You all should have received that. Please let me know if you have any questions on it. I'm very glad to have this in place. I believe it makes us perhaps only the second university in the country to have our own guide on this, which is very, very useful because it's such a confusing point. I enjoyed branch budget hearings in the Finance Committee last week. Quickly, I'll address that there was some contention during the meeting over whether a discretionary fund in the executive branch budget was permissible under Section 207B. President Van and I spent time over the last week discussing this item, and she and I ultimately agreed that it would be appropriate for executive branch to produce the memorandum she mentioned earlier, clarifying the specific purposes and themes that fund would be used for. She sent you all that memo earlier for your review. I think we can all thank her for the work that she and her branch did on that. And I believe it's very much strengthened and it's very much assuaged any legal concerns that I and others have had with that line item. Finally, my office and I have been in contact with Senator Guilano regarding his bill, which is currently on the Committee of the Whole agenda. We discussed the bill and my concerns that it would be illegal under federal viewpoint neutrality protections. Senator Guilano understood and agreed, and we have been corresponding on how to amend this bill to bring it in line with the regulations. We've worked on several amendments that have brought it closer to being compliant with viewpoint neutrality rules, which is I'm always very glad about. However, the most recent version of the bill that we have discussed remains non-compliant with the case law and would likely be illegal. I would rather not answer questions on this now for the purpose of moving this meeting along, and I'll instead speak to this while it is being debated on the regular agenda.
All right, the treasurer does not yield for questions.
I will answer questions, just not on that.
Oh, you do? Oh, I apologize. Are there any questions for the treasurer? Senator Gregson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Grodsky, what are your opinions on the current affairs of the organizational treasurer complete mishap that's occurred under the President Van's administration? I'd just like to know your stance. I do value it.
Could you clarify what you mean by that?
Just the fact that Mr. Richards resigned under the idea that multiple promises were not kept, and then President Van sent obviously more information about that. I would just like to know your opinion without everyone else's clouded judgment, because I do value your judgment.
Thank you, to Senator Gregson. I'd first like to say that I consider both President Van and Andrew Richards to be good friends of mine. And I understand that this is a matter purely of business. I will not speak to the details of that letter. I think it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to do so. I will, however, say that I have seen President Van work very hard to ensure the best interests of the executive branch and of this undergraduate student body. Even just on the budget, working with me over the last 2 weeks, she's been, I'd say, a rock star, really working tremendously hard to make sure that there was all above board. I would prefer not to insert myself into any conflicts on that. I think that any problems that were, in my opinion, any problems that were in the executive branch budget have been resolved at this time.
Thank you for your input. That truly means a lot. Thank you.
Chair Gary, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is a bit more of a procedural question. So the code mandates, and I didn't realize this, that the treasurer has to send a report to the finance committee on what stipend funds are being used to buy. I don't know if you're aware of this section of Title I, but I believe that come August, you'll have to send a report to, I think, Chair Ertl on like what people have been spending their stipends on, and also what student fee money has been spent on in general. I'm not sure if you're aware of this requirement, and how do you plan to fulfill it?
That's fun. I wasn't. I'll admit, I know one title of the code horrifically well, and that's Title IV. So the fact that that is contained in Title I is probably why I was not familiar with that duty in any meaningful sense. I will thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will review the code to get a better sense of its contents. I will, of course, execute all duties required of me under the code. I don't what it's buying. Am I gonna have to like ask people what they bought with the money from their stipends? We'll work it out. I will get as detailed a report to the finance committee as possible, and in full compliance with the code.
Student Vice President Van, you have a question?
Yeah, I obviously don't know anything about that section of the code, but do know that like our stipends, I know they come through Senate, but we are like on the university payroll, and a lot of that information is just like private, the way like your employer has to kind of keep this information like say not disclosed to the public. So just in Chair Gary and Treasurer Grazzi like going through that, just wanted to make you guys aware of that as well, so you can just factor it into this process and making sure that we represent things properly.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not gonna ask anyone what they use their stipend money for on any condition. That's like just illegal, in my, or like at the very least inappropriate and unethical. I will comply with the code in a manner that does not involve doing that. Yeah, and if there's any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not,
are there any other questions for the treasurer? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Treasurer Grotsky. Do we have a report from the USG Director of State and External Affairs?
Yes, we do.
Great, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Phillips. Hello to everyone who's here tonight. It's nice seeing a full Senate meeting. I have two updates. They're going to be brief. The first one is that the Jackson Center and the Office of Off-Campus Student Life have asked for student government help and recruiting volunteers and attending their Good Neighbor Initiative events on August 11th and 12th. I'm going to be sending an email out after this meeting. I meant to send it before this meeting, but I got caught up with work, so you will receive it after this meeting. But they do door knocking shifts in various neighborhoods around the Chapel Hill community and talking to students and helping build community relations. This is a student government wide tradition. So if you are available, I will send out a link to your emails after this meeting. Just wanted to put that on your radar for the 11th and 12th of August, right before school starts. The second thing is I sent an email out to the Senate over the weekend, but several registered student organizations were interested in having an organized demonstration after the Supreme Court decision that was issued on Friday overturning Roe v. Wade, and our administration has been helping to facilitate those efforts, and there will be an event on July the 9th in the evening. That's when the event will be held. Those are my updates, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Do we have a report from the Undergraduate Student Attorney General?
Hi, yes, just a very quick report on the cases that we currently have running. At this exact moment in time, we have one pending case in the cabinet stage. Also, just for anybody who doesn't know what that means, it means that it has not been formally charged. It is currently under an initial investigation. We have 36 cases in the case managing stage, which is when the student has been formally charged and are pending a hearing. Of those 36 cases, 11 hearings are set for the next month and a half or so. We also, just as a general notice, have received a new judicial programs officer, meaning a new director of student conduct. So we are currently going through a transition period. So if anybody does have anything that they need to contact the judicial programs officer for, please understand that this is a new person, and I'm also happy to help answer any of those questions. I'm happy to answer any questions for anybody.
Are there any questions for the Attorney General? Yes, Jerry Gary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you would know the answer to this, but the undergraduate code requires the judicial branch to put together an annual report. And I was wondering if you know if Honor Court has done that recently. I'm just curious.
The annual report, that is a very good question. I believe that an annual report was submitted to the Committee on Student Conduct at the end of this previous school year. I do not have access to this report. A lot of it is FERPA confidential information. So I can look into getting that, but at this time, usually it restarts at the beginning of the school year. So under each new Attorney General. So at the time, we do not have that currently. I believe that the next one will be generated in May of 2023. I can look into getting the previous one if you would like, though.
I was more so just, I'm in the process of working with some people of cleaning up the code, and there's this the vague process of the most senior Honor Court vice chair is required to compile the judicial branch annual report.
Yeah, so that would be a question for Cole Ventura. He is the Honor Court chair. I am the Attorney General. We do have very, very different jobs. I believe he is here tonight. He said that he was driving, so I'm not entirely sure. But if he is not here, I'll be sure to bring it up with him when we meet next.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, totally.
Are there any other questions for the Attorney General? All right, seeing none, the Honor Court Chair is recognized. Is he here? All right, not seeing him, we're gonna move on. No worries. Do we have a report from the Undergraduate Honor System Outreach Coordinator?
Hey, everybody. No report right now.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the Undergraduate Honor System Outreach Coordinator? All right, seeing none, thank you. Do we have a report from the Student Government Advisor?
No report.
All right, are there any questions for the Student Government Advisor? All right, seeing none, thank you. We're not going to move on to papers that were addressed to the Senate this month. There were actually 3. They were Andrew Richards' OT resignation letter, President Van's response to the letter, and Andrew Richards wrote a response to the response. Per the code, I'm required to present them. They are a little long. I request that y'all do your best to pay attention. So we'll start with the first one that we received, which was the resignation letter. Dear President Van and Undergraduate Senate, I have served for the past several months as the interim organizational treasurer for the undergraduate executive branch. After our election, I met with then President-elect Van to discuss the finance and budget process, and I offered my assistance as it was wanted. I later agreed to serve as OTR due to the lack of qualified alternative candidates and as a personal favor to President Van and Vice President Robinson. When assuming the position and during my very few conversations with President Van, I was offered a number of assurances related to my role as the interim OTR. All these promises made were broken. I was assured first I would only need to serve as OTR for a brief time in order to wrap up any business left over from President Richards' administration and train a new OTR. Instead, the administration dithered for months. Despite President Van's assurances and requests made by Treasurer Grodsky, I was not asked to be involved in the interview process to choose my successor, despite the fact I'd already committed to work closely with them to ensure that they were well prepared to move forward. I was especially concerned about this because of the total collapse of financial record keeping and probable malfeasance in the President Richards administration. The branch did not ultimately hire a replacement, and I'm not aware of any plan to do so. I further emphasized to President Van on repeated occasions how important it was to set the structure for the cabinet and hire department directors as quickly as possible. Historically, the large majority of the executive branch's non-mandatory budget went to departments, enabling them to run a number of programs, from speaker series to textbook banks. President Van would hear my advice and proceed to ignore it. As I write this letter, there are no cabinet directors to submit budget proposals, and the earliest directors could be confirmed is at the same Senate meeting where the budget will be reviewed. I'm deeply disappointed that President Van has obstructed department directors from being able to do their jobs and advocate for and support students despite repeated warnings from myself and others. I delayed beginning the internal executive branch budget process for as long as possible in an effort to give the administration time to nominate directors, but I ultimately was forced to begin the process in order to give officers enough time to develop the proposals and review them with me. I set an internal deadline of June 15th to ensure enough time to review, edit, and submit the proposed budget with enough time for members of the Finance Committee to review it ahead of their meeting on June 21st. I have now become aware that the executive branch does not plan to allow directors to pursue work independently, but instead only work to execute plans given to them by the president and the chief of staff. This is a dramatic break from the norms of the branch, and it is not clear that the applicants were told about this policy change. The president's ultimate budget proposal is incredibly vague, clearly as a result of a failure to take advantage of the months of time since the election. In particular, the level of detail included in the Cabinet Collaboration Fund and DEI Department Monthly Heritage and History Programming line items does not rise even to the level expected of normal RSOs. There are absolutely no specifics offered, no concrete plans made, no timeline considered, and no projected impact. These items absolutely do not meet the standard for the budget, for branch budget request laid out. And he goes on to quote it. When I said that I felt that these items would not be approved by the Senate as currently constituted, the President Van related to me that she felt that this would be holding her to a higher standard than the branch was held to historically. This is not the case. In the only prior instance of this specific budget process last summer, President Richards provided the Senate, after a great deal of prodding, with an extensive spreadsheet which itemized each request with an explanation. Before last term, the executive branch applied for funding in the same cycle as other RSOs. A brief exploration of the appropriations website reveals that the branch would request funding for highly specific events, which had already been planned. The president's budget request essentially asked the Senate to abdicate their responsibility and write her a blank check. This lack of planning is all the more curious when considering President Van's platform. The then candidate Van laid out a number of programs which would require funding to execute an online sexual assault resource hub and accompanying physical locations on campus, a reporting tool for students to suggest and submit ideas that provide our administration with immediate feedback, promised to be completed by inauguration, an online platform that centralizes information about the Board of Trustees, Board of Governors, Chancellor, and other university officials, and more. In fact, I've seen no evidence of President Van doing anything whatsoever to pursue the goals laid out in her platform. Whether this is because she never intended on fulfilling her promises, changed course without explanation, or some other reason is unknown to me, but I am greatly uncomfortable with being a member of an organization which appears to care very little about being honest with, communicating with, or supporting the students we supposedly represent. I have been kept comprehensively out of the loop in the branch. I've not been invited to a single branch meeting, budget related or otherwise. I have extraordinary difficulty getting in touch with most members of the EBO, and I have never received an update or directive from President Van or Chief of Staff Bryant. I can count on one hand the number of times I've spoken with President Van, the majority of them being my time as OTR, and I've only spoken with Chief of Staff Bryant once to discuss when the budget process would begin. I've been told that EBO officers are expected to respond to communications within 8 hours, though I was, of course, not present at or invited to the meeting when this is decided, but I've almost never heard back from officers within that time frame. Absolutely all the work I've completed in my official capacity has been self-directed. I have not been consulted on any decisions of note, and my presence in the branch seems to usually go totally unnoticed despite my status as chief financial officer of the executive branch and an executive branch officer. I'm not included in the executive branch team's channel. I was not invited to the only EBO meeting held so far, and I've received no direction whatsoever from the president or any other officer. I'm gravely concerned by the unserious and haphazard direction this administration has taken. The student body president and the undergraduate executive branch have a responsibility to honestly, ably, and vigorously support, represent, and advocate for the students at this university. And this administration has taken absolutely no discernible steps toward that goal. This administration has been uncommunicative with peers and administrators, has taken no discernible action towards implementing President Van's platform, and is habitually absent and disrespectful. I hope this trend can be reversed, but I confess I have very little hope for that happening. I hereby resign as undergraduate executive branch organizational treasurer effectively, immediately. Respectfully yours, Andrew Richards. So that was the first letter that was addressed to the Senate. President Van did send a response, which I will read now. Hello, Speaker Phillips, Chair Udall, and the undergraduate Senate. I hope this letter finds you well. I will be as brief as possible out of respect for your time and write only to address the claims made in resignation of Andrew Richards. Mr. Richards refers to a number of promises made to him in the role of interim organizational treasurer by myself, Vice President Robinson, and or Treasurer Grotsky. No such promises were made by my branch to Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards asserted that our branch did not ultimately hire a replacement organizational treasurer, that he was not aware of any plan to do so. Our branch has hired a new interim OT who will serve as treasurer of who served as a treasurer of an incorporated RSO with a significantly larger budget than the executive branch has historically managed. I assure the Finance Committee that every effort has been and will continue to be made to fill the role of OT permanently by the deadline outlined in the code. We've interviewed several candidates for a permanent OT role and have been selective in filling the position given the state of the branch's finances prior to our administration and priority of our branch to be the most responsible with our student fees. Mr. Richards expressed concern for the lack of a permanent OT who he could interview and train personally, given, as stated, the total collapse of financial record keeping and probable malfeasance in President Richards' administration. I find it of note that Mr. Richards, having served as finance chair during the Richards administration, not only sanctioned and presided over the total collapse of financial record keeping and possible malfeasance in question, but also approved the budget for the Richards administration that was more than 4 times the size historically approved for the executive branch. Mr. Richards lifted the freeze of funding for the Richards administration without requiring receipts that documented all the branch's spending of the Senate funds to be provided, resulting in thousands of dollars unaccounted for to date. I cannot assess the value of Mr. Richards' insight into our OT selection process, given his own seemingly dire account of the state of the executive branch's finances while subject to his oversight. To accurately communicate the history, Mr. Richards references the absence of a summer budget process has historically enabled our branch to select department directors from April to July, plan more specific programming from July to early August with our directors, and submit a fall semester budget request with all other RS firing that all budget matters and personal decisions be made by June. My branch has fully staffed our cabinet leadership. We selected these candidates prior to Mr. Richards writing this letter, despite his assertion to the contrary, and submitted a budget on this condensed timeline that is aligned regarding its budget detail with 10 years of precedent from our branch. I encourage you to confirm that we are in line with the precedent of past branch budgets approved by the Senate by reviewing budget requests from 2010 to fall 2019. The executive branch has the authority to change its structure as the president sees fit to best serve the vision of the administration. I've elected not to have department co-directors each decide their own budget at this time for several reasons. Most important being that requiring them to generate programs with clear guidelines in collaboration with other RSOs will enable each department to accomplish its goal for the year and promote student government outreach to the student body while limiting the strain of our branch on the Senate's limited funds. Mr. Richards made a claim that we are obstructing co-directors, asserting that department co-directors are not allowed to pursue work independently. The sole basis for these incorrect claims is Mr. Richards' frustration at being disagreed with regarding how to best operate the branch. It is your right and the right of Mr. Richards to harbor a belief about how this branch should function to work effectively. Mr. Richards does not have the right to obstruct the ability of the president to choose a structure that allows them to complete their work due to personal grievance at being disagreed with, as he has attempted to do with this dishonest and misleading letter of resignation. In final address of Mr. Richards' claims regarding this administration's commitment to our student body, I would only add that every facet of the executive branch has been working tirelessly for our student body since taking office. I recognize that I'm not obligated to report my policy work to the Finance Committee, but I acknowledge that, contrary to Mr. Richards' statements, the branch hired a talented and qualified webmaster who is already working on implementing the online systems referred to in our platform. I've had many conversations and meetings with our chancellor and provost from April to now, them both, to review budget proposals I prepared, goals like the physical location and staffing needs of the sexual of whenever possible, utilizing every funding source available to my office outside of the Senate to leave as many financial resources as possible available for RSOs whose only funding source is the undergraduate Senate. Despite the villainy which Mr. Richards describes the principle and his characterization of it as a negligent attempt to receive a blank check from the Senate, I hope that you can objectively see the merits and or responsibilities on our well thought out and well-researched approach. The harsh and microaggressive tone with Mr. Richards has asserted his view of our administration's work and the finance matter that I have discussed with him at length and in great detail, unserious and haphazard, suggests a concerning internal motivation I cannot identify, but that I hope is not harbored by the Finance Committee or the Undergraduate Senate. I will not further outline the unsound nature of Mr. Richards' letter, despite its remaining inaccurate material, and will not provide comment on the ethical implications of an interim organizational treasurer forwarding a letter to the Finance Committee days before a committee hearing. With so many claims that it is only to ensure that you receive the correct information, to reiterate my expectation that the legislative branch will engage the executive branch in good faith in a spirit of collaboration in a way that is ethically sound moving forward. I have confidence that the Finance Committee at the hearing tonight. Kind regards, President Mann. So that was the second letter. There is a third, which is not loading for me. The second, I apologize. Just give me 1 second. I apologize. It's not loading for me. Right. I apologize for the continued delay. There we go. This is the final letter to the Senate. And this is from Andrew Bryant. I'm writing you concerning a letter that I understand you have received from Student Vice President Van regarding my resignation. Student Vice President Van's letter contains a number of inaccurate statements I feel you should be made aware of. First, regarding the hiring of a permanent organizational treasurer, I discussed at length with Student Vice President Van and other members of her administration that it would only be appropriate for me to serve as an interim OTR for an extremely brief period, and that I would come on board in an effort to help out and train replacement. The position was advertised alongside cabinet applications. Is my understanding that there was a single applicant for the position who was not offered the position. I was at no juncture updated, informed about, or included in the process formally by the branch. I understand that Treasurer Grodsky advocated for my inclusion on the selection committee, but was rebuffed. I certainly do not need to tell you that the fact that the branch hired a new OTR at short notice is in no way indicative of a plan to replace me. Second, President Van being in some way complicit in the situation surrounding executive branch funding last term. I want to be absolutely crystal clear. This is a knowing falsehood. To briefly review the facts of the matter, my President Richards' budget was approved over my many public objections. While I was not a finance committee chair nor a member of the finance committee, there were a number of rumors about President Richards' handling of the branch's finances during the spring semester of last year, and I subpoenaed all financial records from the executive branch in order to allow the finance committee to investigate. In response to my subpoena, the OT resigned almost immediately, and I was stonewalled by President Richards, Treasurer Shukla, and Dr. Kuntzman. As a result, the Senate passed a bill freezing all funding to the executive branch, though it is my understanding that Treasurer Shukla believed it to be an illegal bill and did not enforce it. It eventually became clear that the records essentially did not exist, though the branch did eventually cough up a single spreadsheet based on their original budget proposal. The undergraduate Senate ultimately censored President Richards for his conduct and likely would have impeached him had there been enough time remaining in the semester to do so. Throughout this process, it was my understanding that any misappropriation of funds was likely limited to non-Senate funds, but President Van alleges that thousands of dollars in Senate funds have gone unaccounted for. I cannot speak to the veracity of this claim because of how limited my access to the documents were. I believe deliberately, but if this is true, it is extremely concerning. According to my understanding of the structure of CUSO and the established process for the use of Senate funds, the only way that the Senate funds could be spent without documentation and receipts is on the direct approval of the student government advisor. President Van is absolutely aware of all these facts, as I told her about the entire timeline in our only in-person meeting. Additionally, almost all the information is publicly available, and in particular, the full Senate meeting where I reduced President Richards' budget again and again is available as a recording on the Senate website, and I encourage President Van to watch it in order to prepare for her budget hearings. I would also like to emphasize that I did not, in fact, lift the funding freeze, but Treasurer Grodsky and FCC Erdl agreed to unfreeze the funds to avoid the executive branch breaking contracts. I was the leading voice advocating for the investigation into the financial actions and record keeping of the executive branch. And to suggest I was somehow complicit in their possible misdeeds is reprehensible and outrageous. There is no doubt in my mind that President Van is fully aware of the situation, as included it only to slander me. I won't get deeply into President Van's assertion that directors were allowed to pursue independent work, despite her assertions both to me and somewhere in this letter, or into her accusation that I'm a villain who harbors some secret motive for my resignation. But suffice it to say that I resigned because I was uncomfortable both putting my name on the budget the executive branch submitted and was continuing to be a member of the branch. I apologize that you have been placed in the center of this dispute, but I hope that the remainder of the term is uneventful. So that was the third letter from President Van. I'll check my inbox because I believe there was
Yeah, I think you said that was the third letter from President Van. And
yes, but I had
Mr. Richards.
Bobby had also, there was also a brief message from Bobby.
No, I understand. Clarify that you said the letter that you read just now was like the third letter, and it was a letter from me. And just wanted to make sure that people knew that the thing that you just finished reading was another thing written by Mr. Richards.
Oh, I apologize if I misspoke. That was, yeah, the first one was Andrew Richards. The second one was President Van. The third one was Andrew Richards. There is just a brief response that was emailed to me from Bobby. just because he was mentioned in the letter, so he deserves a right to respond. He says that Andrew stated that my understanding of the structure of the CUSO and the established process for use of Senate funds, the only way that Senate funds could be spent without documentation and receipts is on the direct approval of the government advisor. He goes on to say, by state and university procurement policies, documentation must be submitted for every expense incurred. In addition to the documentation required, there are multiple tiers of review and approval of the documentation, which includes the business office staff, director of business and finance, and central finance. This is required for all university funding sources, Senate, gift funds, department funds, etc. So that was the email that I received from Bobby responding to his name being mentioned in that letter. But that is the conclusion of the letters addressed to the Senate.
Do I have an opportunity to, I guess, respond to the letter that Mr. Richards wrote very briefly, the most recent one, since I didn't?
Yeah, you were mentioned by
as a point of order. There is usually no discussion of letters to the Senate. There is a right of reply in the standing rules, but that only applies to members of the Senate. But I would be willing, like, I think be fine to have an exception here.
I would believe that her name was mentioned multiple times in those letters that she would have a right to respond.
I appreciate it. I'll be really brief.
If there's no objection.
Great.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying if there's no objection, you're more than welcome to go ahead.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. I'm going to be, again, as quick as possible, just because I don't want us to have to be here much longer. Like Vice President Robinson so kindly pointed out, there are a lot of students here to voice their opinions to like leaders of our government. And so I don't want to take up too much time from that space, so we can very quickly get to the concerns that affect students that are currently here and not students who have like already graduated, who are not like constituents of the executive branch. I would just say that Mr. Richards has a tendency that I have seen just to make statements that are not true. And so I am not going to stand up here and go piece by piece with you all through his letter and my letter and his letter, and then another response to that letter, going back and forth, litigating what is fact and what is not. I think that if you pay attention and like read the letter that I provided, but also if you read that response, you'll be able to find things that are so easy to prove that they're false that it's not even worth, in my opinion, taking a few minutes of your time to stress about. I do want to clarify for the Senate, because I don't know how familiar you all are with this, just to address one of the many false statements in the most recent letter that Mr. Richards wrote. And not even to address the concern like there, but him pointing out, I believe, as he said, that I accused him in some way of being a villain with like an ulterior motive for his resignation. I didn't say that he was behaving that way. That wasn't an accusation that I made, but the suggestion that he's referring to derives from a Twitter thread that Mr. Richards published during the last presidential campaign. At the time, he was working on the campaign of Vice President Robinson, at the time, just like candidate Robinson, as I was candidate Van. And in that really long Twitter thread, which I still have like just access to in like my messages and things, but a bunch of statements that were really pointed and, in my opinion, again, microaggressive and just not factual about my campaign. He went on to, in that really long letter, which seemed to be derived from like a frustration at the person that he wanted to win SBP not winning, to say that my campaign nowhere included information about how we wanted to support immigrant students, any work that we intended to do regarding a living wage, environmental affairs, transit, food insecurity, policing, an anonymous reporting tool. He said that none of those things are present in our platform, in the super duper long thread attacking myself and my work when he had no connection to us, and did this without the permission of the campaign that he was working on. If you were paying even remote attention to our student body elections, all of that information is still up on our SBP website. It's still up on our SBP Instagram. It's there. And so it's just not a true statement. And so I don't think that I need to labor any further at communicating that I cannot speak to the concerns of somebody who is not a student at this university, certainly not someone who makes statements that they just seem to pull out of the air when it feels convenient. I appreciate you guys for giving us the time just to be able to discuss this. Like Treasurer Grodsky mentioned earlier, and like I said in my updates, we had a conversation about the budget in our finance committee meeting, and the committee communicated wanting more detail. And so I've worked really, really hard to be able to add that detail to the memo. I imagine that there may be some confusion amongst senators about why that detail was not added initially. if Mr. Richards seems to be saying that he communicated this stuff to us in advance. And the only thing that I would add is that, like, my first time getting a clear answer about what it is that people want to see when they say they want even more detail than what's provided was the conversation that we had in that recorded finance meeting. And you have all seen exactly how I responded to that. Went out of my way, worked with the cabinet co-directors who are not even confirmed yet, not even officially in these positions, to get all the information that you all want. And we have never been a branch that is interested in obstructing your ability as a Senate to do your job. And so I am really glad just for this matter to be resolved. If somebody has specific questions for me at any point outside of this meeting, I'm happy to talk to you about anything. But I have nothing more to say about Mr. Richards in this situation, given that he is not a student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
All right, thank you, President Bam. We're now going to move on we're now in line for reports from the officers of the Senate. Chair Stevens, you're now recognized to report on the Ethics Committee.
Hi, yes. So hi, everyone. I hope you're all having a good summer. Ethics has not had the chance to meet since last Senate session, but this Senate session I am bringing forward the new Code of Ethical Conduct. The code requires that we have this document, but it was never formally established. This is one of the promises that I made when I ran for ethics chair, and I'm very happy to be introducing this bill today. And the absence form has been added to Teams. So if you're going to be absent, please try to let me know 24 hours in advance, either by filling out the form or by email. I'm always happy to work with all of you to help with attendance, but I do need to know in advance. There are a few senators who have accrued 4 absence points, Senators Duggan, Underwood, and Harf. I've notified them, and if they're not present tonight or have contacted me, they're going to lose voting privileges. And that's everything from me today. Please email if you have any questions or thoughts. I'm always happy to work together for Senate. Any questions?
All right, seeing none. Thank you, Chair Stevens. Chair Malaga, you're recognized to report on the O&A Committee.
Hi, everyone. So just a few brief announcements. We had an oversight and advocacy meeting like 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure. And we held a legislative brainstorm session where we talked about a few ideas that people had, and I had everyone bring in like ideas that they wanted to get started on. So we're working on those, and we'll be updating those coming with the next the next committee meeting. The other thing that we started working on was updating the Senate website. I know there's a lot of people that have wanted to make it more modern and like usable. So we've created a plan on how to update and edit it. And if there are any senators that would like to contribute, or even if you're not in Senate, if you'd like to contribute ideas as to how we can make the Senate website better and more informative to the general student body, always happy to help, and like definitely reach out to me. The last thing is that we did have a few absences in committee, and just wanted to like mention that like committee meetings also take attendance. And if you are going to be absent, please make sure to fill out the absence form that Callie just mentioned. I think that is it for O&A.
All right, are there any questions for the chair? Seeing none, thank you, Chair Malaga. Chair Gary, you're now recognized to report on the R&J Committee.
Yes, my report is broadly going to be divided into 3 sections. First, my actual like report on the committee, and then some discussion of like the standing rules of the Senate, since we do have a lot of individuals present today. So the R&J Committee met last week to hear a number of nominees from the executive branch. This committee meeting did not go smoothly. It was probably one of the most disorganized meetings I've seen during my time in student government. And this, I want to like sternly remind everyone, committee meetings are mandatory. If you cannot attend, you need to let us know in advance. Like, these nominees were like greatly inconvenienced by senators not attending, and it does not reflect well upon like the way Senate conducts business. Beyond that, the code revision working groups are being changed to be less structured and more like informal. All the individuals who said they were willing to work on these code revision projects are still going to be involved. We're just going to be working on that project in a like more modified, less rigid manner. Now on to Senate procedure. I am sending in the Zoom chat a link to the Senate standing rules. This document is very long. I don't expect everyone here to read it now, but it is certainly there for everyone to consult if needed. Broadly speaking, the Senate has a lot of rules for how it conducts its meeting. The first and most important one is decorum. We treat each other with respect, and we do not interrupt others while they are speaking, exceptions with like points of order and like POIs. Beyond that, when speaking, especially over Zoom, you are expected to raise your hand, wait to be recognized, and then you can speak. For individuals of the public that are here, the way speaking works is there is a designated public comment period. Under the standing rules, that period is 30 minutes, though it will likely be extended. If there are more individuals speaking, then there is time in that period. Everyone is allowed 2 minutes of speaking time during which they can say whatever they would like, as long as it is in reference to something the agenda, something that's on the agenda as it stands. That time limit is just set so that everyone can have a chance to speak, because there are just so many people here tonight. That rule can also be suspended as well, and I'm sure Speaker Phillips will not gavel you down if you go over time by just a few seconds. Other important notes: when we are actually in debate, again, you have to wait to be recognized. If you're a member of the public, the current rules do not allow you to speak during debate. However, speaking privileges can be extended to you. As I am notionally aware that there will be a motion to extend speaking privileges to most, if not all, of members of the public present during debate. So at that time, we will consider that. Some other vague things to just keep in mind when speaking in Senate: you are not supposed to reference individuals by name, especially if you are making comments that are less than positive. In general, you should avoid any less than positive comments about individuals that are members of the body or members of the public especially. If you are going to make comments that are less than positive, those comments should be like well grounded in the facts, and generally speaking should not be brought forward unless like some form of you have discussed it with this person in advance, or there has been a formal disciplinary action. This is not strictly required by the rules, but it is like a commonly observed custom. So that's some general Senate procedures, and I'll be happy to take questions on that from senators, but also members of the public who are here. And I also want to like make a brief statement about this, like sort of related to this. We as members of student government should not be directing individuals to go and potentially harass individuals on social media. That is like a very concerning thing. Doxing is no joke, and like cyberbullying can be very dangerous. This is just in reference to no particular individual, but just in general. Like the mental health and safety of students is like very important, and like members of the public in general. And we as members of public body have like an obligation to respect all individuals, whether or not we agree with them. So with that, I'll just conclude by saying, if you have any questions, feel free to ask that at this time. If you're a member of the public, I will be more than willing to answer your questions now or in the chat.
Senator Gallagher, your hand is raised.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair Gary, for taking the time to mention that last part about safety and student health being the most important. Can you explain to me again, I'm not as familiar as you are with the code. Can you just explain to me how like the code helps prevent like cyberbullying and attacks and personal attacks?
I mean, so there are different rules governing different individuals in student government. For senators, you can file an ethics action. If you think that something they did violates the code or the ethics code of the Senate, you can submit a complaint with Chair Stevens, where it will be investigated by the ethics committee or handled by her personally, depending on the severity and whether or not the code requires it to be heard in an ethics hearing. If it's someone who's not in the Senate, then you can move for a censure, which is allowed under the standing rules, or you can try and impeach them. These are your two tools, I guess, that are available. Generally with a censure, I would say like this is like for actions that are fairly minor. The censure is like a slap on the wrist. It carries no penalties. Impeachment is, well, removing them from office. This is option that I would say is reserved for like extraordinary like violations of the student law and really should be used quite sparingly, especially because the impeachment process as currently written in the code is not legally enforceable and like is illegal. Like you can't actually legally do impeachment at the moment. So I hope that answers your question.
Got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Treasurer Grotsky, or actually, I'm sorry, Senator Gallagher, do you have a follow-up?
Good. Thank you.
Treasurer Grotsky, go ahead.
Thank you. Quick question. I am one of the people who was supposed to be chairing one of those code revision working groups. Do you anticipate like any further guidance being issued on that, or like some sort of meeting to kind of see where everyone is on it? Because I'll admit I felt a little bit derelict in my duties there. So in general, how do you expect that guidance to go?
Yeah, so I think your group was one of only two that was actually fully like staffed out, so to speak. I think probably what needs to happen is like me and like the other individuals who were going to lead those groups need to just have a conversation about how we want them to proceed. Like if you want to proceed with your group with the members that volunteered, please feel free. But I also have not been the most on top of this project given my other commitments right now.
All right. Are there any other questions for Chair Gary? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Chair Gary. Chair Erdal, excuse me. You are recognized to report on the Finance Committee.
Right. Thank you, Speaker Phelps. I'm going to keep things brief as the local time where I'm at is currently approaching 4 a.m. Last week, Finance Committee heard branch budgets. We sent out branch budgets for the executive branch, Supreme Court, and the other branches failing me at this hour. But we also have mandatory stipend bills for the Board of Elections and Honor Court, which did not submit a branch budget, but will be coming back during subsequent appropriations for more funding then. We will have to amend each of those bills to add in a clause stating that they will go into effect after the start of the new fiscal year, so on or after July 1st. It's kind of unfortunate that we have to do that, but that will be something that we have to do. I do also have some concerns regarding USB 104 033.
Marcus, how are you? Pretty
Which
good. It's been a long day, but it's been a good one.
Mike's unmuted.
Yeah, so give me an update. What have you been up to since our last phone call?
Shamar.
I'll mute him.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. I do have some concerns regarding 104.003 or 033 because of viewpoint neutrality. Kind of to reiterate what Treasurer Grodsky stated during his report, the way it's currently formatted, it would probably be illegal under federal law. And I would suggest that we do send that bill to committee, finance or R&J, to kind of iron out some of those legal difficulties to get a bill that is actually passable and workable within the Senate. And I'd also like to speak a little bit about Andrew Richards. I know that him and President have some disagreements, but I did feel that some of what was said about him was a bit strongly worded. I know that Andrew is someone who cares a lot about student government. He's been involved with student government for quite a while. He was chair of the Finance Committee before me. And I think he does really care about, what's best for the student body. And so I just want to add some positive words regarding him. And with that, I will yield to any queries.
Are there any questions for the finance chair? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Chair Erdahl. Pro tempore Anadura, you're recognized to report.
I think Treasurer Grodzki had a question, if we wanted to go back to that.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see if his hand was
I'm
up.
sorry. Yeah, it was, this is going to be an are you aware question. Are you aware that the funding bills, we're ahead of schedule a little bit. Are you aware that the funding bills are just going to need some brief amendments setting enactment past the turn of the fiscal year?
Yeah, I did state that during my report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must not have heard. Okay.
All right. Pro tempore Anadura, you're recognized.
Thank you. So nothing major on my end. I just wanted to let you guys know ahead of voting on some of the finance bills that we have under general orders tonight. There are some people who either didn't complete the treasurer's test or they might need to retake the treasurer's test. So in those instances, for the first bill, I'll read through everyone's names and just kind of recognize those individuals who might need to address the treasurer's test issue before the next session. And then from there, I might just skip those names. But if you have any questions about that, you can ask me, you can ask Chair Erdahl or Chair Stevens. And basically the policy for that is you had to take the treasurer's test, either the old one or the new one, at least once before, since inauguration. And this includes the past senators who might have taken the old one before we were inaugurated. You do have to take it one more time, so just be aware of that. And if you could get that taken care of by the next session, then you'll be able to vote on finance bills moving forward, I believe. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But yeah, just wanted to make everyone aware of that before we get into voting for that. And that's really all on my end. If you have any questions, I can take those now.
All right. Seeing no questions, thank you, Pro tempore Anadura. Now for the speaker's report. I hope that you have all had a nice month since we last met, and I wanted to welcome all the students who are here tonight for the public comment period. This has been mentioned multiple times, but I did type this before the meeting, so I think it's worth reiterating one more time. But prior to the period, let me remind everyone in attendance that pursuant to the standing rules of the Senate, each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak. The comment period lasts for 30 minutes, after which if we still have people wishing to speak, the period can be extended by a 2/3 vote of the Senate. I understand that some of you may be very passionate about the issues or the issue that you are here to speak about tonight, but please respect that if I cut you off shortly after the 2 minutes, it's only so that other people can have a chance to speak. Senators, as I'm sure you are aware, tonight is going to be, or already has, been a long meeting. We still have a lot of legislation to get through. I ask that you please remain attentive and focused at all times. If you need a break or if a need for a break arises during the meeting, a motion can always be made. If you do have to leave early at any time, please just let Ethics Chair Stevens know. Additionally, Chair Malachi raised a great point recently to me that the images on the Senate website are out of date, years out of date, in fact. We're going to be working on setting a date to take a Senate group picture so that we can update that. If any of you know any photographers out there who would be willing to help with this, please let myself, the pro tempore or Chair Malachi know. I'll close by thanking all of you for taking time out of your summer breaks to be here tonight so that this meeting can happen. Having spoken of the public comment period, if there are no questions, we will now move into it. Are there any questions? Oh, Mr. Miles. Let's see if a hand is raised.
Yes. Okay. Let me get this started. I have a speech and everything, so I'm going to say a lot, and they already know my name. So,
BJ.
Yeah?
Sorry, 1 second. Before we start, I just had to clarify there are no questions for the speaker.
Oh no, there's no questions. I just have like what I want to say.
Oh no, yeah. I'll recognize you in a second, but if there's anybody else that had a question before we move it, sorry, before we move into the period. And there's only one other hand raised. Chair Gary, did you have a question or a public comment?
Would you be willing to entertain a motion to reorder the agenda at this time?
Sure. What would you like? What are you proposing?
So I move to reorder the agenda such that following public comment period, we will consider the simple resolutions calendar first, followed by consent, general orders, then committee of the whole.
Is there a second? to the motion?
Objection.
I have heard an
Objection.
objection. That means we'll have to take a vote. We set the vote up here. Arthur, do you see right? Yeah, you got it. Thank you. Pro tempore Inodora, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Okay, so voting yes would be to sustain the objection, I believe.
Yes, if you vote yes, you're voting so that we move the simple resolutions calendar up in front of the consent calendar right after public comment period. If you vote no, then you're saying that we want the agenda to stay as written.
Point of information, I believe also the general orders calendar would be moved to the end under the motion.
Oh, I didn't catch it. General orders will be moved to the end. Is that correct, Chair Gary?
The motion is to move simple resolutions immediately after public comment. So that would mean we could get to the building names resolution first. So we don't have to have all, so since I'm assuming that's going to be the most controversial item tonight, followed by consent, then general orders, then committee of the whole.
Okay, I got you. All right. Yep. So that's what we're voting on. Will the pro tempore please call the roll?
Yes. All right, sorry, having some tech issues. Senator Juarez Maldonado.
Yay.
Senator Christ.
Yes.
So I will vote yes. Senator Bomu.
Yes.
Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Senator Bull.
Yes.
Senator Mercedes, not here. Senator Vashikidze.
Yes.
Senator Troutman, not here. Senator Bean, not here. Senator Coleman, not here. Senator Beatty.
Yes.
Senator Syed.
Yes.
Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Haynes is not here. Senator Armstrong is not here. Senator Vo.
Yes.
Senator Kreider. Senator Kreider. Senator Kungle is not here. Senator Dugan.
Abstain.
Senator Hendricks.
Yes.
Senator Yen.
Yes.
Chair Gary.
Yes.
Senator Piscatelli is not here. Senator Underwood is not here. Senator Chen.
Yes.
Senator Morris. Not here. Senator Grimm.
Yes.
Senator Perez Dominguez.
Yes.
Senator Holden is not here. Senator Dickinson.
Yes.
Senator Addy.
Yes.
Senator Vernon.
Yes.
Chair Malathkar.
Yes.
Senator Troutman, not here. Senator Kripik, not here. Senator Bass.
Here.
Are you voting yes or no for rearranging the agenda?
Sorry, I meant yes.
Okay. Senator Gosling.
Yes.
Senator McDermott.
Abstain.
Senator Gallagher.
Yes.
Senator Young, not here. Chair Phillips. Senator Robbins.
Yes.
Senator Harf is not here. Senator Fall.
Yes.
Chair Erdl.
Aye.
Senator Shafreda.
Yes.
Senator Freeland. Senator Freeland. Senator Dewan.
Yes.
Senator Gregson.
Yes.
Senator Lee is not here. Senator Dengowski.
I am here now.
Oh, sorry. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Dengowski.
Yes.
Senator Vespucci,
Yes.
Senator Baruch,
Yes.
Senator Lang is not here. Senator Tigart is not here. Senator Gualano,
Yes.
right. So
All right, it looks like the total is 35 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 abstaining. So we will adjust the agenda appropriately. Just give me a 1 moment to take care of that. And then just to clarify, Andrew, you or Chair Gary, the committee of the whole also drops to the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The agenda now reflects the vote, or now reflects your motion. Senator Gregson, you recognized? Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Phillips, if you remember from our last meeting, we had, or maybe it was even 2 ago, I can't quite remember. We had a discrepancy with, I believe it was a sunflower vote as to how the absentations affected the vote. Could we get a clarification on the final decision there?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part, which I mentioned in the Senate follow-up email. Abstentions do not count in the negative, which is the way I tallied them in that meeting. So if you're abstaining, you're essentially just not taking a vote on the subject. The votes that will count, especially like a motion like that, if you vote, it's a yes or no, and then abstentions will not count towards either one. Does that help? Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Of course. Are there any other questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, now we are moving into the public comment period. BJ, you still there? You were recognized first last
Yes,
time.
I am still here and ready
All right,
to say what I gotta say.
Absolutely. So just a refresher, just for everybody, it's a 2-minute limit, and I will stop y'all when you get to it. But BJ, you are recognized.
It's not that long. Okay, so hello everybody. Before we start this, can all of the senators have their cameras on? It would just be nice to, see their faces, what I'm about to read, especially the ones that voted no on the bill. So can people have their cameras on? To just give that respect to everyone that's speaking on this bill that affects them. And before I get into my speech. So can the senators, I still see some senators not, I know I still see some senators not having their cameras on. Whatever. But this is what I'm about to say to pretty much not even the whole Senate, but just the people that voted no on the bill for renaming the building names. So this is what I have to say. So how can you as senators represent the student body and go against what the student body wants? The excuse of research is just a cover up to the fact that you don't see anything wrong with making POC and especially Black people uncomfortable at the school. You should be mostly ashamed of yourselves and should have spent more time doing research instead of stalking my Instagram after calling you guys out for your obvious and blatant dismissal of the Black students at this university. I am not going to let people who have no experience with racism dictate what is and isn't racist. And that's all I have to say on that.
All right. Thank you, BJ. Anybody else that the way we're going to do this, anybody else that wants to be recognized, please raise your hand. And we'll call on you in just the order that we see you. Alexandra, oh, it disappeared. I'm sorry. Alexandra, did you have your hand up or? All right, now it's disappeared. Miguel, Miguel, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you for this space to speak. My question is directed towards the Senate. I have a twofold question. Why would individuals that LARP as public servants be afraid of being contacted by those that have elected them into positions? If the rationale behind their voting history can be explained, surely they would be able to explain that to those individuals affected by the perpetration of white supremacy and the shameful history that UNC has of uplifting white supremacists. And from my understanding, there's a large right-wing political influence within the Student Senate and those adjacent to Carolina Review, as remarked by individuals adjacent to the elected body. What will Student Senate to do to combat this, considering how bravely they push their agendas, but spinelessly coward once people try to reach out to them? Thank you.
All right. Jess, Ogle, you're recognized.
O'Gelly. But I don't really want to address like the statements that were made by the senators, because I think that a lot of the issues that they're saying is like the lack of research. But when I watched the meeting, a lot of people, senators specifically gave, sorry, I'm out of breath. I had to like run to get a charger. But they gave a lot of excuses for why they didn't vote. And those reasons had nothing to do with research. So I think that that was something that was very concerning. And obviously how that was so misguided and wrong. But I think the main thing to address is the fact that we have, I know Chair Gary mentioned like a lot of the rules that are in place. And I believe Senator Gallagher wanted to discuss, I guess the fine line between transparency and like harassment and bullying. I'm a little bit concerned as someone who was a student government and hopefully getting onboarded soon in the Van administration that like when transparency and accountability is being put at the forefront, we have words like cyberbullying and harassment being thrown around. And while I can say that the blog post that I made was an effort for transparency, I'm not able to control what people will do from those instances. And I know myself and me after reading Sam Robinson's tweet didn't feel like any of those instances were instances of cyberbullying and harassment. So that was just something that I felt like I wanted to address because it was, I guess, baseless in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Jess. Does anybody else? I don't see any other hands raised. Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to make? Julia Clark, you're recognized.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Clark. I'm president of UNC's Black Student Movement, and I have a lot to say, so I'm going to say about half of it during this 2 minutes and then come back and take another 2 minutes, unless you just want to grant me the 4. But
yeah, can I motion to extend her speaking privileges indefinitely?
Seconded.
Is there any objections? All right, hearing no objection, Julia, you may go ahead.
Thank you. And I like that indefinitely. I will definitely be taking my time. And so to start, I want to address claims of harassment and cyberbullying. And I think if we, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. If we address what harassment is, what the senators were met with on social media was not harassment. Instead, it was their angry constituents. It was their angry constituents over a vote that clearly was not just about research. We know that. We've watched the video. It doesn't matter if we were there presently or not. That's the great thing about recordings, is that we can see exactly what you say verbatim. And so many of the ideologies that were spouted during that meeting was not just about research, even though you had plenty of time to do so. It was about race. And so I think we need to be very clear and blunt that the issue is not always research, it's about race. And if you wanted to do more research, you had plenty of time to do so. You had plenty of time to engage the community that you are actively hurting, but instead you chose not to, and to use your own ignorance and your position of power to make a decision that was very wrong. So that's my preface. To get into it now, I'm going to be saying a lot of things that people already know, but I think it needs to be reiterated because clearly common sense is not always common. So to start, Confederate monuments honor and idolize individuals that upheld treasonist and white supremacist values. The Confederacy was never about geography, and I want to make that clear. When we say Confederacy, it's not just about the geography of our country, it's an ideology that is founded in hatred. This means that the Confederacy not only means those that fought in the Confederacy, quite literally, but it's also all slave owners and those upholding white supremacy and the spirit of the Confederacy through actions and rhetoric. And so I want to make that clear. Even today, our community is still fighting not only against the literal Confederacy through symbols, monuments, and names that we see on our campus, but also the residual legacy of the Confederacy and the bigotry that it reproduces. The presence of names that embodies these values of hate on our buildings invalidate 400 plus years of heinous racial and socioeconomic strife that African Americans have endured. Commemorating racists dehumanizes not only our ancestors that built this university in chains, but the Black students, faculty, staff that this university relies on today. The emergence of this monument in the years following the end of the Civil War coincided with the development of the Lost Cause movement. Many of y'all, whether you know of the Lost Cause movement or not, spouted the same ideologies said during that time. The Lost Cause, for those that may not know, is a narrative designed to romanticize the enslavement of Black Americans in the South in the time prior to the Civil War. Throughout the early to mid 20th centuries, these ideas were glorified former slavery and directly clashed with the rising of the civil rights movement. So just for a little history lesson, because I don't think a lot of us know our history. Today, these buildings still stand as a means to erase and undermine the efforts that Black people have made towards gaining freedom and equality. The individuals at these monuments, the individual that these monuments pay homage to should not be honored. There's no reason why they should be honored. Instead, why don't we focus on honoring those who have stood for equity and acceptance? It should honor those who have stood with all people, regardless of race, sexual orientation, national origin, or religion. So after that brief history lesson, the fact that Black students have to be in this meeting and explain this to a legislature of our university is infuriating. But what's more infuriating is that this legislature failed to pass a simple resolution of supporting removing names, citing lack of research, when we know that is a lie. And if we want to talk about social media presence, a lot of y'all senators that voted no were on social media, still saying things that were microaggressive, still saying things that were racist, and then saying that you were harassed. So, just had to put that out there. Each senator had plenty opportunity to see what was on the agenda before the meeting. And in fact, like a former senator said, you had 18 hours to do research. Now, I guarantee a quick Google search does not take 18 hours. I guarantee all of the educational resources that you have at this predominantly white institution, this privileged institution, should not have gone to waste and for you to say lack of research. Your job is to do research before you make a decision. If you don't have adequate research, then you are unprepared. You are not doing your job. That's just the fact. The reality is, our majority white university leadership, both administrative and student-led, because we can look at the faces in this room, continues to block action and legislation rooted in equity and racial reckoning because you are uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable that Black students, faculty, and staff who are used to receiving little to no support from university leadership, we're finally demanding more. That makes you uncomfortable. But that discomfort does not mean that we should sit back, we as Black students should sit back and accept some responses that we know clearly are inaccurate, that we know are incompetent, as lack of research. Here we are again, demanding more. And instead of senators using the educational resources, they require Black students, once again, to explain why an ideology responsible for mass enslavement, centuries of death and destruction, and white supremacy has no place on our campus. Why is this something that we need to take the time out of our summers, out of our day to continue to advocate for? Is that not common sense? Like I said, common sense is not common. They require Black students to once again do the emotional labor of iterating why an ideology that has enslaved our ancestors and built this university through blood and sweat and tears has no place in our present day or at any time. So listen carefully. I'm gonna wait. Listen carefully when we say that the Black student movement demands that everything associated with, in support of, or tied to the Confederacy or relevant racist ideologies be removed from our campus. Do you need me to say it again? Listen carefully. The Black student movement demands that anything and everything associated with, in support of, or tied to the Confederacy and racist ideologies be removed from our campus. If you as senators are not prepared to center equity and racial justice in all the work you do, then you cannot claim to represent the interest of Carolina students, and frankly, you do not deserve to hold the position you currently have. Black people have been advocating for the removal of Confederate monuments and names for over a century, and time again, we're told to wait, we're told to be patient, that there's more research to be done. But the Black student movement isn't done being patient. We're done being docile in the face of institutional violence. We're done being patient in the face of disenfranchisement. And we will no longer wait for the bare minimum from a university that has built its fortune and acclaim on our backs. Many of you easily say Black Lives Matter, but what do you do to make a Black life better? Does this look like our Black lives are going well, that we're here debating the fact that our enslavement is something that's wrong? I don't think so. The Undergraduate Senate has a responsibility and a moral obligation to center racial justice and equity in every conversation, every single conversation and action taken, which is why, once again, I'm gonna say it again because not all of us are great at listening. The Black student movement demands the immediate passing of this simple resolution because it really should not be this much of a debate, and the removal of all names and symbols associated with the Confederacy, white supremacy, or any of the harmful ideologies that have quite literally made our time at this university, I'm not gonna curse, terrible. Yeah, we as an organization will and will always be guided by our difficult past, advocating for a better future, and rooted in our fundamental mission of freedom through revolution. Thank you, and I am excited to hear from other students.
I think you may be muted, Christian.
Sorry about that. Thank you to President Van. I was about to say the next hand that I saw up was Derek. Derek, are you there? If you are recognized.
Yeah, I was gonna I wrote up a statement, but honestly, I think Julia said it best. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. But I do want to address what Patrick G said, whatever your last name is. I think it's interesting how Julia just mentioned that there's been a bunch of microaggressions and racist actions in response to Black students simply calling for our own safety on campus. But you literally did a microaggression yourself in saying that the students have jobs, 9-to-5s outside of this, and as if we all don't have jobs. Like, I just got off of work. Like, do you think I want to be on this call right now? Like, do you think Julia wants to do this? Do you think any of these Black students want to be on this call right now? Like, we all have jobs. And really, if you're committed to being a senator, you should have been did the work. Like, you're not just representing white students on campus. If you're truly just representing white students on campus and you want to uphold white supremacy, just say it. But like, you're supposed to represent students of all backgrounds. I would think as a white student, especially ones who, you know, we've all gone through the whole Black Lives Matter stuff and everyone claimed that they were learning shit, but that would be even more reason for you to educate yourself, especially being a senator and a so-called leader on campus. But obviously, you're still making excuses and making microaggressions. And if you want to just uphold white supremacy, that's okay. Like, do that. Like, the problem is that you all claim that you care about safety, harassment, all this art shit, but you're literally showing otherwise in your actions. So until y'all pass this bill, this committee and board is inherently racist and upholding systems of white supremacy.
Patrick, your hand is up. You're free to respond.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to both of you guys for your comments. I'll take those to heart. I'll reflect on them.
Bro, now's not the time for reflection.
Oh no,
Like,
excuse me.
You've had so much time to
No,
reflect.
please,
What?
please, let me speak. I don't entirely. I do entirely understand your point that you are trying to make. But this resolution, which you will soon see, has been edited into a way that I think Senator Addy has done a superb job. I truly do not think he could have done a better job. And if you go and watch the previous meeting, I can only speak for myself. I explicitly called for explicit research included in the resolution so that the governor, Roy Cooper, the chancellor, and the others that we send this resolution to don't have to go searching on the internet like we do to have to go find that these people did terrible things. But no, instead, this resolution, which Senator Addy has now graciously put in the determination for, has now included the atrocities that these people have done into this resolution so that these people can now read this resolution, which we'll send to them, I hope, and they'll understand why these names need to be changed immediately. But to put forth that I'm racist or anything of the like is honestly pretty disheartening as a fellow UNC student. To you guys who just...
Pobrecita.
No, I appreciate it. Well, thank you for your comments. I'll think about it.
Sorry, what's more disheartening, being called a racist or being a victim of racism? Because the fact that you're centering yourself in this conversation is actually proving our point, that you are not grasping anything that is being said. So why don't you listen, take this time to listen, and listening means that you should probably stop speaking for a little bit, understand our perspective, then maybe instead of reflecting, take some action since you are placed in a position of power to take action. People didn't elect you to reflect. So yeah.
Thank you. I both.
If your feelings hurt, we can get ice cream when August hits. Yo Po, Ben Jerry's, good choice.
Guys, everybody, I understand that emotions are running high right now, but we do need to keep a level of, we need to stick with the standing rules here.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I am both reflecting and taking action as a senator of USG. So thank you, everybody.
All right. The next hand that I see up is Tyler. It doesn't have a last name, just Tyler's iPhone. You recognized?
Okay. So I don't know if you guys can hear me well. Am I good? Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Obviously emotions are high. I'm very upset. I don't know what that whole thing was before, but you have no idea what Black students experience on this campus. You don't know how many times my experiences or my intellect. I had a professor tell me that I should apologize for the way that I speak English because I wasn't speaking standard English, coming to him with a concern in class. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I am because you're not reflecting. When you reflect, you stay quiet, you listen. Like Julia said, listen, take action. You're not doing that. You have no idea what we go through on this campus. You can't even imagine. You don't understand us at all. You don't. And because you don't understand us, you should stay quiet and listen to what we have to say. That's fine. There shouldn't be a back and forth. I shouldn't hear a racist, sob story, violent music in the background. I should never have to hear that. I should never have to hear that with all the experiences that I've done and my Black people, the Black people on this campus have endured. We should never have to hear something like that. Like, please.
Tyler, was there anything else, or was that the end of yours?
No, I'm done. I'm gonna keep it classy. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Jess, you're recognized.
I also wanted to say another thing I find very disheartening is that I recognize that, people have jobs, as one senator mentioned before. I guess maybe he only has a job, but the fact that there are some senators that are not present here today that voted no on the resolution. This is I guess a meeting that I feel like should have more priority. And the fact that there are senators that voted no, or senators, as I heard at the beginning, who have missed 4 or more meetings, I think that that's genuinely disheartening. And the fact that, like, I also want to ask maybe a question to, what is the accountability in a structural sense of UNC Senate, of like, who is going to fill the seats of these people that, aren't going to be able to vote in certain cases. And then I guess to address Senator G, I believe, I'm just confused on why anyone is still reflecting from when was this resolution put out. From then till now, we're still reflecting. And I also think, about the quote of, like, this was heard, I guess, thrown around a lot of the times during the Black Lives Matter movement, of you're either racist or you're anti-racist. So what have you been doing since that time? Did you come today with the resolution of all of the Black individuals that buildings could be named after? All of the abolitionists that the buildings could be named after? What research have you guys done? Because we need to stop saying that. I'm genuinely, like, I've also tried not to laugh, because the whole research, the thing after that was said, as someone who writes and puts out things, I never want to put out anything that I feel like is untruthful, or that's going to cause people to be harassed. But the fact that I was able to do the research in, I want to say, an hour or less than an hour, and even, find people who I believe to be great candidates for the buildings to be renamed after, it's time to stop reflecting, and it's time to be anti-racist. And if you're not going to uphold, if individuals are not going to uphold the values of their constituents, and then, I have individuals who have come forward to me and say, I emailed my senator, and then the senators gave a response of that didn't address their whole claim of research. And that's why people are saying that some of you guys look racist, because it wasn't about the research. Because if it was about the research, you would have done better research by this meeting, instead of saying that you're still reflecting. And that's genuinely disheartening. Oh, sorry, I was reading the comments, but that's genuinely disheartening. And I think that, like, I genuinely want to ask, I don't know if this should be addressed to Phillips or whoever else, but I'm genuinely wondering, we were talking about, impeachment of elected officials that are, cyberbullying people or harassing people, but what about the impeachment of senators that are not doing their duty to represent their constituents, that are not ignoring emails from the student body, or that are still continuing to make claims that are baseless when they've had more than enough time? I'm genuinely wondering.
Yeah, absolutely. So I completely understand. I will say that I will point for the accountability part to the message that Chair Gary sent to the chat, where we have Constitution does allow for recalls, and for the Senate Ethics Committee is required to hear complaints made by the public. If you had any ethics complaints, we would encourage you to send them to Chair Stevens. But so, yeah, when it comes to the senators answering the questions, I understand the frustration, but the public comment period in the codes is written in a way where that this is for the public to say what they want, and more or less for the Senate to listen to it and to act on it. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Mr. Phillips, I believe I was directly called on there in that previous.
I can't see who's talking. Is that Patrick?
Senator Gregson.
Senator Gregson. Yeah, Senator Gregson, you're recognized.
Yeah. I wanted to say first off that research has absolutely been done on my part up until this, up to this meeting. Senator Addy, like I previously said, has absolutely been gracious enough dedicated enough and has provided an actually 49-page resolution. Yes, BJ Miles, a 49-page resolution that you guys will see probably in a second, maybe a couple minutes, detailing the atrocious activities of almost 35 to 36 of these buildings and who these buildings were named after. And that was like, that's what I wanted to see. That's what I researched on my own time. And now I'm agreeing with you guys that, yeah, this is an atrocity, that these buildings are continued to be named after, not after us, but after those individuals. And I look forward to moving into a monumental decision for UNC student body.
Tyler, your hand is still up from last time. Did you have a follow-up? Oh, okay, I think you just lowered your hand. Toriro, you're recognized.
Yeah, it's Toriro. Yeah. I just wanted to say, based on everything that all the senators have like claimed to say, I don't really think the biggest problem I'm seeing is I don't think you really take the Confederacy or white supremacy really seriously. I mean, when I imagine the Confederacy, I immediately have an image in my mind. And for you to even have a debate or research about this, it's kind of like, I don't understand what there is to research. I mean, this is a white supremacist, one of the most like actual like deplorable like organizations in human history. And I generally don't understand why there needs to be some level of debate. And for us to even have this conversation is kind of, doesn't really make any sense as to why there's even a debate about this or even research needed, to be honest. There's not really much research needed when you have to talk about the Confederacy of the United States. And also, I just wanted to talk about one of the previous comments issued about there being, a large amount of like right-wing influence in the Senate, especially when it comes to Carolina Review. If you want to do research on all the stuff they have said beforehand, but yeah, as much as you want to say, I just generally just don't think you take any of this stuff seriously, based on everything that I've heard. So yeah, thanks.
That's unfortunate. I take this matter very seriously.
Why you need to research it then, bro?
All right. We've hit the 30-minute limit for public comment period. Is there a motion from any senator to extend it by another 30 minutes?
Motion to extend.
Motion to extend.
Seconded. Objection.
Was there an objection or was
there was?
I think there was.
Okay. I didn't hear who called the objection, but there was an objection. So we will go to a vote to extend the public comment period by 30 minutes. Can I please ask Pro Tempore and Adora to please call the roll?
Yes, give me just 1 second to get situated. Okay.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, may I ask who objected to the public comment being extended?
I can ask the body, Vice President Robinson. I did not hear, my Zoom did not show me who said it. I just heard an objection. If somebody did object, could you, I
Yes.
I didn't hear who it was.
I objected so that we could all vote yes for this motion or for this resolution. I think
see, but
truly
you're
it's
still not listening. You're still not listening. You're actively trying to silence us, and you're
Julia-
still not listening.
Julia, respectfully, we need to take a vote before we can continue.
We have 20 resolutions on this bill tonight.
Patrick, respectfully, let's just take the vote and then we'll move on. Would the Pro Tempore please call the roll?
Yes. Senator Juarez Maldonado,
Yes.
Senator Christ,
Yes.
yes, Senator Bomo,
Yes.
Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Senator Bull,
Yes.
Senator Mercedes is not here, Senator Vashikidze,
Yes.
Senator Troutman is not here, Senator Bean is not here, Senator Coleman is not here, Senator Beatty, Senator Beatty, Senator Syed,
Yes.
Senator Martin, Senator Martin, Senator Haynes is not here, Senator Armstrong is not here, Senator Vo,
Yes.
Senator Kreider, Senator Kreider, Senator Kungel is not here, Senator Dugan,
Yes, and just for future rules, it's pronounced Duggan.
I'm sorry about that, Senator Duggan, I'll make note of that. Senator Hendricks,
Yes.
Senator Yen,
Yes.
Chair Gary,
Yes.
Senator Piscatelli is not here, Senator Underwood is not here, Senator Chen,
Yes.
Senator Morris is not here, Senator Grimm, Senator Grimm,
Yes.
Senator Perez Dominguez,
Yes.
Senator Holden is not here, Senator Dickinson,
Yes.
Senator Addy,
Yes.
Senator Vernon,
Yes.
Chair Malatkar,
Yes.
Senator Troutman is not here, Senator Kripik is not here, Senator Bass,
Here.
is that a yes?
Sorry, I said that. Yes, I meant.
Senator Gosling, Senator Gosling, Senator McDermott, Senator McDermott, Senator Gallagher,
Yes.
Senator Young is not here, Chair Phillips, Senator Robbins, Senator Robbins,
Abstain.
Senator Hart is not here, Senator Fall,
Yes.
Chair Erdl,
Yay.
Senator Giuffrida,
Yes.
Senator Freeland, Senator Freeland, Senator Dewan, Senator Dewan, Senator Gregson,
Yes.
Senator Lee,
Yes.
Senator Dengowski,
Yes.
Senator Vespute,
Yes.
Senator Baruch,
Yes.
Senator Lang is not here, Senator Tigart is not here, Senator Gualano,
Oh, yeah.
That's
Okay.
it.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I said that was everyone.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. By a vote of 31 to 0 to 1, motion passes. So the public comment period will now be extended an additional 30 minutes. Toriro, and again, I apologize if I mispronounce anybody's names. Did your hand is still up? Did you have a follow-up?
No, that's my bad. You know it.
BJ, you recognized?
Okay, so I just don't understand how let me first say what I was gonna say first. First, I'm gonna say David Bass, you were one of the first people in like every person's comments that was talking about, and Black people's comments. I remember specifically Jess's and her post and my post. Y'all were like in our comments saying how y'all weren't being racist, but you were saying it in a way that was like patronizing to like other Black students. So I don't understand why he's trying to act like a different way. Anyways, I just don't understand how people that were going, what we just said in the chat, I don't know how people are going to now say they're going to vote yes on the bill, but before they were like, no. So like, what was the change that happened? Because to me, it felt like y'all should have been with the bill from the get-go. And the research I felt like was already done before that point. So I feel like y'all were just trying to save face because y'all got rightfully dragged and rightfully held accountable for your actions. So you just don't want to be, you're scared now, and you don't want to deal with any of the repercussions of now of your previous decision of saying no to the bill. So that's what I have to say on that. And the cyberbullying, there was no cyberbullying involved. I believe that there was no cyberbullying involved. Y'all were just called out for the rightfully being for rightfully upholding white supremacy at this university. So that's all I have to say on that. I think that's the last I have to say. I just think that it is disgusting that now y'all are piggybacking on what y'all said before. Y'all should just back up what y'all did before, but y'all are just scared. So that's my opinion.
Can I respond to that since my name was called for that one?
Yeah, Senator Bass, you recognized.
So BJ, thank you for stating your thoughts. I always appreciate it. But I will say, so a lot of the comments I posted, if I truly was scared about this, and I would not have commented. I put myself out there because I truly was trying to hear out your thoughts. That's just the reality of what it was. And the reason with the change, it wasn't because, well, I never said it was cyberbullying or anything. That wasn't really my point. I never saw it that way. Obviously, a lot of people attack me, but that's part of the job, right? It's whatever. So, but that wasn't the reason why I changed my thing on this. What changed me was that, as people said before, I mean, Senator Addy did a fantastic job with the research. So I know a lot of people said, so then why did you mention the APUSH stuff? Why'd you say all those points? Well, the reason I brought those up was because I just wanted to make sure that we'd fill in all the gaps. Because I asked all this, if you notice when I asked those questions, I wasn't saying that I necessarily agree with what I was saying, the things. I was bringing up questions to make sure that we fill in all the gaps. And because I did what I did, because I voted no, and because I pushed it back, now we have a very robust bill, and now we actually have a chance to get this passed. So ironically, which was part of the intention, me saying no to the bill and doing all that made it more likely that we're going to pass this bill. So my actions made it so that's to the benefit of everyone on this call, and that was truly my intention. And you can believe what you want. I'm not trying to make myself the hero. I'm just trying to say what my intention was, and I'm not saying I'm not white, but also, anyways, here, what else? There's one more thing I wanted to say.
Sir, you literally said the Civil War wasn't about slavery, so I don't want to hear.
Oh, when did I say that? I never said it wasn't.
You literally
said
said
it
I
was
wasn't vividly saying that in the meeting. So don't be trying to act like I'm making that up, because I vividly and you can.
Let me address that. I said it was one of the factors. That the thing is, I said that was one of the factors, right? I said Civil War had many different things. Yeah, I did get a 5 in April. Big deal. Anyway, so the thing is, as we learn,
point of order. I believe Senator Bass's 2 minutes are up.
I thought I got 30 minutes for the call, and I can extend if I wanted to. So can I extend it, please?
Motion to extend.
Thank you. All right. So first
Objection.
At least let me respond. I mean,
there was no
response.
Objection.
Guys,
are we seriously going to vote on this?
I mean, he said it.
Let's restore a little order here. I know everybody.
I'm trying to restore this.
Everybody. I know that this. Again, I know that everybody's very passionate about this. Senator Bass, technically your 2 minutes did expire. Is there this, or as early as possible, is there a motion to extend Senator Bass's speaking time by an additional 2 minutes? Yeah, hearing none, the Senator, if you want to raise your hand again, we can definitely come. We can come back to you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, appreciate you guys sharing. Thank you.
Jalen Davis, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say, in addressing this specifically to senators, and white people in general, that when you're handling situations that deal with a group of people that you know nothing about, the experiences you will never experience, it takes nuance, understanding, patience, and listening. And I feel like when you're uncomfortable, you want to get defensive and not listen to very valid concerns and reasons people are telling you. And that would just continually lead to you getting called out like you are now. And all of the calling out that's happening is valid. And As leaders, you guys should be able to take constructive criticism. It is your job to hear from people that you are supposed to be representing if you're doing it wrong. If not, you'd be in a dictatorship or just have sheep followers that listen to whatever you say. But if we're calling you out, that means we want you to do better and take what we're saying and actually reflect like you guys want to do after we've already said it. Trying to silence us and going to pass a bill already and not listening to every single thing someone has to say is continually suppressing Black voices, upholding white supremacy. And if you keep doing that, we will never see change. So you can be uncomfortable. You can be upset that people are calling you out, but take all that and push it down. Like we've had to push down our feelings for years and learn how to deal with it. You will be okay. You still have the privilege that you were born with that we will never have. And you have the privilege to talk about this in a group chat later on. So let people speak what they need to say and reflect in the group chat later. Thank you.
Julia, you're recognized.
So I want everyone to just take a deep breath because I know that I need one. And we're probably taking deep breaths for different reasons. I'm taking a deep breath because I'm angry. Some of you might be taking a deep breath because you're deeply uncomfortable. But like Jalen said, now is the time to push down your discomfort because this is a discomfort that is going to bring some growth, and listen to what we are saying. You no longer have the right to dismiss us whenever you want. You no longer have the right to tell us to stop talking when you're done listening. You don't have that right anymore. We are here for public comment. That means the public can comment. Now I have a couple comments. I'm gonna wait till everyone's muted. Thank you. I have a couple comments. Number one is your precious time. I know this is getting into everyone's time. I know it is. I'm taking this call at work. If we're going to talk about people having jobs, maybe we should talk about why the UNC legislature is majority white and majority high income, upper middle class. So I guarantee that the jobs that you have, you are not working for survival. Most of you that are on this Senate. Now, so let's just go ahead and throw that out there. Other than that, most of the students that are on this call also have jobs. Black students also have jobs. And we have had to dedicate so much of our time to proving that slavery was wrong, that Confederates don't deserve to be honored. Do you understand the disconnect that we're seeing here? And then we're talking about, oh, well, the fact that I voted no actually made the bill better. No, the fact that you voted no was an inherent act of violence upon a community that you are not a part of. I don't care if you're not white. I'm not even going to mention your name because I don't think that you should speak again until you reflect on what you said and how that was also deeply problematic. But the fact that you are not white, I don't know your identity, doesn't mean that you cannot perpetrate anti-Blackness, okay? And we need to be very clear that this is anti-Blackness here. So if you are not Black, you fundamentally cannot understand what we are saying unless you listen to us. We are taking hours out of our day to explain to you fundamentally that racism is wrong. And you're expecting us to be docile and peaceful while we explain that. And then you're citing that all of this research has been done, thankfully, to you voting no, when you didn't even do the research. Did you compile those 20 pages? Did you look up every name that was on that list? Did you come up with suggestions for additional names that we could put on buildings? No, I guarantee you did none of that. Instead, your senators were in other people's comments, were following me on social media, were stalking my stories, and still not listening, but getting defensive and spouting the same racism you did in the meeting, but on a public platform. So if we're going to talk about harassment, maybe we should talk about how some of our senators were harassing their constituents by commenting racist things under their posts, by going into their DMs, by posting on their stories and following Black students that were speaking out against them. Maybe we call that harassment since we're throwing that word around. Let me take a deep breath before I keep going. I'm gonna take my AirPods out.
We can't hear you, darling.
Excuse me if I also choose that every single Black student that is here, every single student here that wants to speak should be given the opportunity to, because if you did not listen the first time, if you didn't ask for any of our input the first time, if you didn't do any research the first time, you don't get a full lesson today. This is a full crash course on everything you need to know. And so now you may be ready to vote yes, but the damage has already been done. You already on a public record are saying things like, oh, the Civil War was about states' rights. States' rights to what? To own slaves. Everything ties back to slavery. And so clearly that 5 and 8 push was not enough. Do more research and stop relying on some high school scores to dictate your level of history that you were never a part of a history that you can never understand. So instead of relying on your high school scores, why don't you use that college brain to get some more knowledge and to listen to those that are speaking to you? Because like I said, you guys do not have the right to dismiss us whenever you want anymore. And I have every right to be angry, telling you whatever you need to hear, because clearly you were not listening the first time. And so this is not the time for you to be defending yourself, you painting yourself as a savior that made this bill better. It's a time for you to acknowledge your actions were inherently violent and were inherently rooted in white supremacy. That is what this is. It is white supremacy. Whether you are white or not, you are an agent of white supremacy by voting no on a common sense bill of removing Confederate and slave owner names from buildings on our campus. Common sense. So if you cannot grasp common sense, we will sit here until you do.
Allison, you recognize?
Thank you. I just wanted to, let me turn my camera on. Okay, thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening, everyone. I'm Allison Thompson. And I just had a main question, I guess, that I would direct to either of the senators that have already spoken in the chat, so either Patrick G. or Senator Bass either. But I think the main thing that I've experienced following this is, I guess, more so confusion than anything. I have some experience in youth legislation, and one thing that I know to be true, at least from my background, is that amendments can be made to certain bills. It appears that the hang up on this particular proposition was one of research, which that could be debated and already has. But the main question I have is, could those amendments not have been made in that same session instead of it being, I guess, tabled to now? Because I feel like that is the one thing that a lot of us from the outside looking in feel somewhat, I guess, slighted about. The kind of feeling that this may be, it almost appears as it's like dragging a feet to resolve this issue that is clearly very near and dear to a lot of the hearts of UNC students. So if either of you or anyone could address the question of, was there not any possible way to make these sort of research amendments to the bill before it was tabled or before a no vote was passed? That's the main thing I want to know.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if somebody was going to raise their hand to answer the question. I want to answer your question. I'm also just, I want to answer your question, but I'm also bound by the codes to keep the public comment period moving, if that makes sense. If one of us, can we follow up with you after the meeting? Would that be all right?
If that could be public as well, because I think we all
would.
want the answer to that. If that could be public.
Yeah, absolutely. That could.
Thank you.
Yeah, that could absolutely be done. Allison, did you have a follow up, or is your hand just? All right. We want Lily.
Yeah, I would just like to address the senator that said during the meeting
that because they were Jewish, that they somehow were qualified to speak on Black issues. As a Jewish person myself, I fully recognize that I am white, and I'm pretty sure it was the same senator who said that they were not white. I'm sorry, you are. Not to, okay, someone did, but to equate that to is not like typically visibly known. And honestly makes me ashamed as a Jewish person that you would put us in that category. Like, I don't want to be in the same category as someone who would do that. It's ridiculous.
All right. Miguel, you recognized?
Yes. And we're not going to forget that. We're not going to forget their names, nor the impact they've had on the student body. So that is why I want to ask the rest of the Senate that is present today, what are you guys going to do about the white supremacist senators, allegedly, that operate within the student body that have upheld white supremacist ideals in the past? As far as I'm concerned, Piscatelli is another senator that is not present today and is actively a part of Kappa Alpha, which has explicitly mentioned that they uphold Robert E. Lee. There's nothing to debate here. So I'm so confused and actually baffled how the rest of you that are white senators are able to sit here and just pretend it's two senators, or not try and rally the rest of the people, or just oust them completely. Why are you guys so scared of this? And to the people like white supremacy. So I really want you all to reflect on this. I promise you that your lives are going to improve once you do. That is all. Thank you.
We might need to pause for just 1 second. Our pro tempore got, oh, there she is. Arthur, you back?
Yeah, sorry about that. I think it kept recording, so I don't think there's an issue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chisholm, you're recognized.
It's Chisom.
Sorry
It's an
about that.
Igbo name, a very Black name that I'm proud of. But yeah. Hello everybody. First, I want to say thank you to all of the students who spoke before me. I have been listening and, like, really, honestly, obviously, it's been nice to hear what I've been feeling and what I've been witnessing, because quite honestly, I struggle to sometimes find the words, because it's a little baffling that we're even sitting here having this meeting today. I tried to type up my thoughts so I don't go on a tangent, so that I'm in my 2 minutes or whatever. But honestly, it really is a shame that in today's world we have things like the U.S. Senate, and it lacks adequate representation of what a political leader should look like. And unfortunately, that means for you guys, you wouldn't have adequate role models on what a good political leader looks like and how they represent their people. And for those people in here or who are not here, because I'm now hearing that a lot of people who voted no aren't even present, I really implore you to look inward and honestly look elsewhere as far as your participation in public service, because simply put, I think it is quite ridiculous how people's explanation for why they voted no was meaning to be they needed to have more research, um, and then went on to have all of these explanations or rhetoric that we've heard, especially me as a Black person, that I've heard for eons. For one, just to really put that out there, and I'm sure it's been said before, and I'm sure you've heard it before, but when it comes down to it, the Civil War and its causes is simply put slavery. There are a million and one reasons, but 9 times out of 10, all those reasons wither down to slavery. The biggest one everyone loves to parade about is states' rights. Why do you think they wanted such said rights? They wanted the right to have slavery be legalized in their state. And I can literally go with this and go about this with every other cause that people try to parade as the main issue for the Civil War. Simply put, it is about slavery. So therefore, Confederate supporters, Confederate soldiers, Confederate allies, Confederate whatever, they were racist. There's no way around it. There's no way to put it. So for you to simply sit on this resolution and vote no, you are saying, I don't care what it is you mean, you don't like the lead, or you're lacking research, or you're lacking information. You are saying that it is okay for the time being to have these people be paraded out on campus. And that is not okay. Simply put, you can chase around, you can try to explain yourself till the sun falls, but it is racism, especially when Black people are telling you what it is to be. You yourself are not Black. You do not know what it looks like and what it has been to be a Black person. So for you to sit there and explain away, excuse me, could you not do that? Thank you. For you to sit there,
Yes.
for you to sit there and explain away all of your supposed reasons for why you voted the way you did, or why these people were Confederate soldiers. There's no way to talk yourself out of what's simply put and what's simply true. But back to what I was saying about imploring these people to look into a job elsewhere. I feel like as people who are supposed to serve as representatives for the people, you need to listen to the people. So when you motion to do things like skip to the end because I've already changed my mind, or skip to the end because I feel like we're going in circles, it ruins the purpose of these conversations to begin with. Because at one point before this meeting, you very well were set on saying no. And therefore, you need to listen to those people who are trying to tell you why your no was wrong. Whether you change your mind or not, you were in the wrong. And I think it is paramount for you to listen to why. Because even after whoever it was gathered all those pages or whatnot, and now that you've changed your mind, you still do not have all of the point of views of the students that you affected by putting your thoughts out there. So I think if these are the type of conclusions that you're having when people that you're supposed to represent are criticizing you in your job, you need to go and seek another job. It is very important in your position to be able to take these types of discussion to the heart and take them personal as far as what action is to be done. I feel like when it comes down to things like this, I'm really happy and proud that it was posted in the first place, because a lot of times we see things like these done behind the scenes, right? Like if this vote was not publicized and the recording was not publicized, a lot of people would be left in the dark. So I really do commend the Senate for having these meetings be recorded, having people allowed to come into that. And I think that's something that needs to continue and be promoted even more, because there's even more people that I'm sure who are unaware that this was even something that they could go to. So I think moving forward, that's something, at least for me as a public speaking to the Senate, that's something that y'all should expand on even more. But thank you again for allowing me to speak. And for those of y'all who felt like dissenting and doing whatnot, again, employee look further. People have left some book recommendations in the chat. I recommend you scrolling through and reading those. Again, racism cannot be fixed by a book, but those are just simple starting points since you guys seem to have lost your way at 18, 19, 20 years old. But okay, thank you. I have nothing else to say.
All right. Alicia, you're recognized.
It's Alicia, but I don't have much to say. It's just quite alarming to me that in the chat, David Bass wanted to bring up the Holocaust because he's Jewish, when the concentration camps in Germany were based off of the plantations that were established in the southern states, the same states whose history he quote unquote said need to be appreciated. Whose history are we talking about exactly? Because my ancestors' history is never appreciated. It's never glorified. You would rather glorify Confederate leaders who slaughtered how many? Who raped how many? Plantations that forced the reproduction of mixed babies for labor. It makes no sense to me how you can justify those names being on buildings when you as a person, as a human being, will never experience the marginalization on UNC's campus of walking into those buildings, of walking into a biology or history or chemistry class, because I am a Black woman in STEM, walking into those classrooms, all eyes cast on you like you're not supposed to be there. Like you have no place in those environments to have to work 3 times as hard as everybody else to feel like you have accomplished something. You'll never experience that. And for y'all to continuously tell us, oh, well, we can move on. Everybody's gonna vote yes. Why silence us? Why can't you just hear what we have to say? You see everything that's going on in the world right now, but you wanna silence us. It makes no sense to me. And I'm sorry, Patrick G, for you to say that it's disheartening for us to call you out on your racist bullshit, it's alarming and disheartening to me that you can't care about your fellow colleagues and students and peers on this campus. I have nothing further to say.
Student, somebody's logged in as student and they have their hand raised.
Hello. Thank you for giving me time to speak. This should be brief. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. I have a brief statement to make and read. I have great respect for the degree of patience displayed by previous student commenters considering the circumstances. Watching the prior Senate meeting, I heard the building renaming resolution framed as an accommodation to make campus more welcoming to Black students. I found that framing reductive. To me, it implied that the university should not commemorate white supremacists solely to ameliorate Black students' feelings. I view the fact that UNC continues to unrepentantly valorize white supremacists, publicly failing to make even a passable undergraduate recognition of the nature of our state's history, to be a stain on the quality of this university. I believe it does a disservice to every associate of the UNC who in some manner dedicates themselves to this university. Further, I was surprised how casually ignorant and dismissive comments were made during the prior debate. This was not limited to just 1 or 2 extremely vocal senators. As a governing body, it seems you could have very easily prevented this had you taken more care in your deliberation. Your carelessness harmed students and substantially delegitimized the integrity of the undergraduate Senate. I assure you, continuing to defend these mistakes will get you nowhere you want to go. Thank you.
All right. Toriro?
Yeah, this is gonna be kind of brief, but like again, I just kind of feels like the students are doing a lot of the work in terms of just like bringing like clearance and like issues to this. And I'm just again, I think Miguel Angel said it best. Like, what are like the current people in power gonna do? Like, what are the consequences gonna look like? Are there even consequences for this? Because I think everyone who's a Black student here can agree with me that there needs to be some level of like repercussion or something that needs to happen, because there's a large portion of like white supremacy that's being perpetuated with the language that's being and the decision making that's happened here. So I'm like, I just implore senators who are here to not just be okay with occupying a space with these people. It is a disservice. It's just as much of a disservice if you just choose to stand by and do nothing. While students here are putting so much time and effort where this is not our jobs, we're literally on summer vacation. Like, we shouldn't be doing this. Why are we having to do the vast majority of the work while y'all are fine being with these people, delegating with these people. So yeah, I just want to see some level of consequences for this. But yeah.
All right. Is there a motion to extend the public comment period by an additional 30 minutes?
So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Second.
All right, without objection. Julia, you recognized?
Yes, and we may not need the additional 30 minutes, but if we do, I think it's important that we use the full extent of the time that we are offered. And I want to talk about not only the repercussions for what we saw during the past meeting, the original meeting with the recording where this was discussed, and also today. We see that in the same breath that these senators are saying, well, I'm not racist, I changed my mind. They're actively repeating things that are racist.
The whole thing.
I'll wait.
I think so. I'm writing something right now.
Themselves.
Because when I get mad, no, yeah.
Could you mute yourself?
I'm trying to, I apologize. I'm trying to mute the people that jump, the people that have forgotten to mute themselves. Please go ahead, Julia.
And I appreciate you trying to do like a couple things at a time. So I also think there needs to be conversation of what is considered respect and respectful, because we cannot have discussions like this and tell the oppressed to respect their oppressor who is actively committing violence against them in this very meeting. The fact that we're sitting in this meeting and we had to hear someone call themselves the hero of saving this bill. We had to hear someone bring up the Holocaust and how they couldn't possibly be racist because the Confederacy didn't like Jewish people either. That is not indicative of respect. And you cannot ask Black students to give up our time and energy to come to a meeting like this and say that we need to be respectful in the face of blatant disrespect. And so if we're going to talk about what being respectful means in a meeting, if there are going to be repercussions for disrespect, then we need to apply that to racism, because respecting opinions is chocolate or vanilla ice cream. It's not white or Black people. It's very different. And so when we're talking about respecting each other, we cannot ask the oppressed to respect those that are actively committing violence against them. And so yes, we need consequences for this. We cannot just allow this to happen, to hear everything that was said in this meeting, to hear everything that was said in the past meeting, and be content with this people staying in our Senate as representatives. And I don't think it should fall on Black students to once again, after this meeting, to go through the emotional labor of emailing some ethics person about an investigation that most likely is not going to go anywhere. There needs to be some internal accountability. Accountability should not only come from those outside of the collective reporting someone inside the collective. There needs to be people within this collective that hear something like that and are like, oh, that's not okay. There's no reason why Black students are in this Zoom having to say, oh, that was not okay. That was racist. Oh, we need consequences for this. Other senators should be doing this. We need our administration, both legislative and executive, to take a stand on what does it mean to protect Black people. What does it mean? What does Black Lives Matter really mean? Because there's nothing about this meeting right now that is making a Black life better by any means, or that is saying that Black Lives Matter through actions. It's only through words. And we're still expected, after everything, still expected to have the emotional time, the emotional space, and the emotional labor of reporting these people to ethics when we just spent hours here in the first place. There needs to be some kind of internal accountability. We cannot only rely on external accountability. That can't be the burden that falls on the students that are victims of this hatred and this rhetoric that is coming out in this meeting that most likely comes out. I'm worried about what comes out when we're not here. You have so many Black students here and you're saying it in front of us. You're saying it to our faces. What do you think happens behind closed doors? We already saw what happened behind closed doors once. What do you think happens behind closed doors in other times? And it is not okay to just say, oh, well, you know, it's only the people that voted no that are perpetrating violence or that are upholding white supremacy. It's also the people that were sitting there letting their peers say something like that and not speaking up, putting the labor on Black students to come to this meeting and to exhaust ourselves and still telling us to be respectful, still telling us to address each other respectfully. Nothing about this meeting has been respectful. And students have every right and should have every opportunity to express dissatisfaction with those that are meant to represent us. But those that are in positions of power, you have a responsibility to not only accept that feedback, but to listen to it without getting defensive, without bringing up the Holocaust or how you can't possibly be racist. You're supposed to listen. And there's no kind of internal accountability at all. And once again, we're asking the students that are hurt to do the work in reporting those that hurt them. Why can't there be some internal accountability? That is all that I'm asking. And maybe that's, I don't know who that's a question for. And if it's not in place, it needs to be in place, because we already see the rise of the right wing in our nation's highest courts. And clearly we see it in our university's executive, or not legislative, excuse me, legislative branch. And so that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed.
Forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Shuhud.
It's Shahad.
You recognized?
Hi everyone, my name is Shahad. Yeah, first I want to take the time to address something said in the comments. Firstly, regardless of your identity, as stated by others before me, you are completely capable of perpetuating white supremacy, period. Doesn't matter if you're a person of color, if you're Jewish, or you're a religious minority in general, it doesn't matter. Does not fucking matter. You are capable of perpetuating white supremacy. If that's not clear now, I need y'all to understand that, period. I don't know how else we can put it in a way that y'all can understand. I don't know. But anyways, in regards to the situation, Black folks are fucking tired. Every which way on this campus, there is some reminder of UNC's part in upholding and promoting white supremacy. How can we be expected to be able to thrive and exist in this space when we were never wanted here in the first place? And to make matters worse, y'all who voted no on this matter did so without consulting the very community that would be impacted. Child, anyways, y'all who blatantly have lacked the ability to take fucking accountability for your vote and actions afterwards do not get the right to be upset about your actions or reactions, sorry. If you perpetuate racism, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna call you a racist. And not to make matters worse or anything, but y'all have the nerve to bring up respect in this meeting. Y'all don't know the fucking meaning of that word respect. If y'all did, this wouldn't have been an issue, point blank, period. Additionally, your actions spit in the very faces of not only your fellow students and constituents, but also those who have came before us, whether it be our enslaved ancestors or the activists on campus and in the community who have worked hard for this sort of shit not to be an issue in the first place. If you're not earlier aware, I need y'all to read up on Silent Sam as well as the work of Maya Little. Then come talk to us about this shit, and then we can have a conversation. The excuses of research, not needing to be known, not knowing, or whatever the fuck else y'all want to say need to stop immediately. Take accountability. That's all I'm going to say. When you make a mistake, you fess up and apologize and work to avoid that mistake again. We learned that shit in elementary school. So I'm not trying to be funny. I hope y'all apply that principle moving forward. But that's all I'm going to say on that matter. Thank you.
Christian, you're
I
muted.
believe you're muted.
Sorry about that. Again, I'll repeat for the third time. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize.
Sneha.
Sneha. Thank you. Sneha, you recognized.
Hi, everyone. I'll keep this brief because I don't want to repeat what other students have said tonight. But overall, I just urge senators and the Senate as a whole to recognize how this institution breeds far-right ideology. And I just need y'all to formulate a plan as how y'all are going to root out this racism and white supremacy in Senate. as a former senator, I've witnessed countless times white senators interrupting people of color. I've had many conversations with other senators of color about how we felt our voices or opinions were shut down and sidelined, whether it be arguing with exec branch, debating over bills, or confirming appointments. White senators have so clearly treated Black students and students of color differently than their white counterparts. And I know I personally left Senate because I didn't feel like my voice mattered as a senator of color, and I know others have done the same. And so I just urge student government to actually make a plan and hold themselves accountable for what they plan to do to rid this institution of its white supremacist roots.
President Van, you recognized.
I'm going to take a really quick moment because, again, I want to prioritize student voices in this space and not my own. There have been multiple remarks made by a Charlie S. in the chat that I just want to address, like directly pointing at the executive branch in a way that I'm not sure that I feel is appropriate or that I understand. And so I want to ask a question about the most recent message put up by this person asking about the executive branch's stance. There was a letter from the office of the president that was posted communicating just that we are really glad that students are engaging this space, encouraging students to do what they're doing right now, which is be autonomous, take a role, and to not allow their leaders to make decisions that they don't support without making sure that their voices are heard. And in communicating that guidance, just made it clear as well that our university is already making really meaningful strides towards this, and our administration is proud to be a part of that work, talking about the dedication of buildings to Hortense McClinton and to Henry Owl, and how our administrators, for all of their flaws, are still doing this work despite the fact that this resolution could not pass our Senate, the place where the decisions are being made on a higher level. As far as like the simple resolutions go, we are in support of not upholding white supremacy. And so just wanted to ask and just take a moment to see if this person would be willing to unmute their mic and to speak to the concerns that they've raised in the chat. And I'd be happy to speak to them as they put it, namely your leader.
Is that person willing to, if that person wishes to speak, they are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Phillips.
Unfortunately, it does not appear that that person will be unmuting and speaking.
I appreciate you sincerely, Speaker Phillips, and I just wanted to make those things known that I feel that our branch's position is really clear on this issue, and that if any students at any point want to have a discussion with myself or anybody else in the executive branch about this, we are excited to listen to you. We want to be here to help. We understand your frustrations. I understand your frustrations. And I hope that you understand that I'm always here, not only to listen to you, but to do what I can. And just thank you for being here again.
Thank you, President Van. There are, at this time, no hands raised. Before we move on out of the public comment period, does anybody else, are there any final remarks? Talon, you recognized?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, even if this bill swings out of our favor, you will not stop hearing from us, and this will not stop. Thank you, that's all.
All right. Seeing as there are no more hands that are raised, I suppose that will conclude the public comment period. See. We are now in line for the simple resolutions calendar. The first piece of legislation, which I will pull up, will be, sorry, my computer's all out of order. USR 104-027, a resolution demanding the university remove the names of white supremacist Confederates and slave owners from all buildings. This is introduced by Senator Addy. Senator Addy, you are recognized to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Speaker Phillips. And once again, I want to thank each and every single person, every single student who took their time out of their day to come here and voice their concerns to the body. This is what democracy looks like, and I'm incredibly happy that we are able to have this discussion. So I wrote this whole preface of explaining what happened last time. There wasn't enough research, but that has been said, I think, better than I could have said by the students that have been here tonight. If you can scroll down, I'm just going to basically read my appendix. So the first appendix, this is what was on the original bill. To whom it may concern, we, the members of the 104th Undergraduate Senate, in order to foster an inclusive campus community, call for the continuation and expansion of the Commission on History, Race, and a Way Forward in order to allow students, faculty, and visitors alike to feel welcome on UNC's campus. For too long, locations on this campus stood bearing the names of outspoken white supremacists, Confederates, and those who would act against the modern and diverse space we seek to create for our fellow Tar Heels. Therefore, we request immediate action on the process of evolving our campus to better represent the modern ideals of this great university. This is not the first time the Undergraduate Senate has called for action. On June 24th, 2020, the Undergraduate Senate passed USR 102020, which called for action in the wake of the George Floyd protests. And while this administration has made great strides in beginning this wider project, the 104th Senate demands that we continue to, quote, work together and create and sustain the kind of community where we all feel welcomed, as put shortly by Chancellor Kevin M. Guskiewicz years ago. As it stands, Carolina has not meaningfully fulfilled this goal. There are still stand dozens of buildings on this campus that are commemorated to individuals who actively worked against justice and equity for those living in America. These individuals whose legacies ties to the secession of the Southern United States, the owning and exploitation of enslaved peoples, and self-identification as white supremacists have their names situated at the following locations: Olderman Residence Hall, Avery Residence Hall, Battle Hall, Bingham Hall, Caldwell Hall, Connor Residence Hall, Davy Hall, Girard Hall, Graham Residence Hall, Grimes Residence Hall, Hamilton Hall, Joyner Residence Hall, Keenan Stadium, Lenore Hall, Mangum Residence Hall, Manley Residence Hall, Manning Hall, Mitchell Hall, Morrison Residence Hall, Murphy Hall, Parker Residence Hall, Person Hall, Pettigrew Hall, Phillips Hall, Ruffin Jr. Residence Hall, Smith Hall, Spencer Residence Hall, Steele Building, Swain Hall, Vance Hall, Venable Hall, and Winston Residence Hall. These buildings continue to stand, and Carolina's ties to these individuals continues to alienate this university's diverse student population. They speak to an underlying history of this university rooted in feelings ranging from tolerance, indifference, to outright support of white supremacy. Few of these buildings were erected prior to the Civil War and were instead created and named at the turn of the 20th century following the era of Jim Crow segregation. The naming of these buildings was a deliberate choice made by prior administrations to reinforce the feeling that students of color are not welcome on this campus. The naming of over 30 buildings with these historic ties is not coincidence, and any attempt to argue against this blatantly ignores the historic context in which these buildings were named. The voices of Black students continue to be marginalized when speaking openly about the uncomfortable history of this university. Carolina has a long and documented history of denying Black voices and shutting down Black rights protests on campus. The Undergraduate Senate will no longer tolerate the suppression of the discussion of these topics or the contradiction between this university's written policy of quote unquote promoting free speech and its reality. The buildings that have been renamed are a commendable start to this process, but still only accounts for 1/10 of the buildings outlined in the list above. In order to create a campus that is truly comfortable for all minority students within it, anything short of all necessary buildings being renamed falls short of this goal. The 104th Senate calls on the UNC Board of Trustees to continue the process of renaming the aforementioned buildings on UNC's campus. The Board of Trustees and the Commission on History, Race, and a Way Forward must listen to the voice of students, especially Black activists and students of color, and must not succumb to apathy or reactionary backlash. In light of efforts to disenfranchise voters of color in this country and the normalization of white nationalist talking points on mainstream news, Carolina cannot morally stand indifference to the larger mechanisms of current American politics and must stand against the systemic backpedaling on the rights of Americans. Creating a campus that is welcome to all is not only a recommendation, but in light of these circumstances, it is an imperative. While renaming these buildings is a small step in the larger fight to create a more systemically equitable campus, It is an important and worthwhile goal to achieve when sought after in its totality. UNC cannot congratulate itself on being a world-class institution over the renaming of these few buildings when the names of so many buildings continue to be unaddressed. This fails to uphold the values of worldliness and diversity of thought, the underpinnings of any great academic site capable of real growth. Healing hate is a continual and ongoing process in America, which cannot be completed in one single act and then never touched again. The many voices that comprise the true population of this university must be heard again, this time with greater force and urgency, in order to truly make this institution one that can be acknowledged internationally as one that respects the many students that attend it. And with that, I'm going to outline the changes that have been made prior to when this was introduced 1 month ago. The most notable thing, of course, being the research appendix, which I invite every member attending this meeting to go and read for themselves. I have meticulously, I would say, outline each and every single person, what they did and why they do not deserve to be reified by the university. However, I will also note that we have also created a chart on the calls for removal, outlining when people have spoken out about needing these buildings to be renamed, some of these dating back years. This is not new. This is not something that is coming out of the blue. This is something that has been repeatedly asked for by the students of the university. And so with that, once again, I do ask everyone to go look at the specific research on each building. If they still feel complicated about whether or not these people should be deified on their buildings. Lastly, I want to bring students to look at Appendix B. These are figures that were created based on data collected by the Residence Hall Renaming Committee as part of a survey to understand the opinions of UNC students about the issue of renaming buildings on campus. This is the Residence Hall Renaming Report, and I am basically just completely restating what has been in that to share the overwhelming support that students have for the renaming of these buildings on campus. I would invite you to look at Figure 1, which shows that 83.8% of all students on campus were in favor of renaming, with only 10.8 being opposed. You can also see the various changes in opinion based on demographic of students further down. But I'm not going to go through and talk about this in detail, even though like I am a sociology major, I do love stats. But the point being, this is not a minority opinion. This is something that is actively supported by the vast, vast majority of students on campus. This is not something that is controversial. This is something that needs to be done because students agree with it and because students' voices should matter in how our university conducts itself. And with that, anything that I wanted to say is just kind of done. And yeah, I think I'm done speaking. I don't know the motion to continue this.
Senator Addy, do you yield to questions?
Yeah, I yield to questions.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Chair Erdahl.
at this time, I move to suspend all necessary rules and approve this resolution by unanimous consent of the Senate.
Seconded.
Wait, Chair Erdahl. I have one friendly amendment to make before you do this.
Yeah. Hear Sam out. Sorry. Sam and I collaborated on this.
I withdraw mine.
Give me just
Chair,
1 second. Friendly
Chair,
amendment to Senator Addy to change my name from Sam to Samuel at the bottom of the bill.
Yes, I did an honorable mention. Sam Hendricks was one of the individuals who voted no in the previous resolution, and we were able to collaborate on the process because I'm always willing to listen to other students, and I'm very happy for his input. This bill would not have been as good as it is in its current state without his input and help on all this. So thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Absolutely. With that taken care of, Chair Erdahl, do you want to reintroduce your motion?
Yes, I move that the Senate approves this resolution by unanimous consent.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded.
I second
Any
it as
objection?
well, as long as a quorum is present.
I, as far as I know, we do still have quorum. And
Is that an official quorum call?
No, I don't want to stop this bill from being a resolution passed. I think it's a great resolution.
I think we have quorum.
Okay, then.
I did a quick head count just to make sure, and I think we're in the clear.
Thank you,
Okay,
Senator.
then without,
Then
all right, then without objection,
Absolutely
this
passed.
resolution passes. Right.
Just for clarification, your that resolution just passed by unanimous consent.
Yes. That is correct. We are now in line for USR 104028, a resolution to commemorate Pride Month and call on the university to support LGBTQ plus students. Let me pull that bill up. And I believe that was introduced by Senator. One second, that's loading. I apologize. Oh, Senator Addy, I apologize. You're recognized.
Yeah, can you share that with me real quick? Just that I also want to read what I wrote on this one too. It's a hassle for me to get it from my Google Drive.
Sorry, I apologize. I believe I'm sharing my screen, but I'm also having Wi-Fi issues. Can everyone see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
that. Okay, cool. So this is a bill that has, let me make sure y'all can hear me, right? I'm living in the mountains, so sometimes Wi-Fi is messy, but okay, cool. So this bill was written to honor and support LGBTQ students on campus in honor of it being Pride Month. And so, yeah, there's, it is Pride Month. I am a gay man. I want this to be something that is addressed. And I want the higher ups to acknowledge that LGBT voices need to be acknowledged on this campus. So here I go again. To whom it may concern, we, the members of the 104th Undergraduate Senate, in order to foster a safer and more accepting campus community, call for immediate action to secure the well-being of LGBTQ plus students at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. As it currently stands, the university has failed to adequately support its most marginalized members. Our campus's LGBT center is underfunded and understaffed, and burdened by the bureaucracy of university administration. This university faces a crisis of diversity as many LGBTQ plus faculty and staff depart to more welcoming university environments across the country. This lack of diversity directly leads to a draining of diversity of thought in our classrooms and decreasing the range of robust viewpoints our university strives to cultivate. In our classrooms, transgender students struggle with being respected from students and professors alike. While some professors are safe zone trained, it is currently not mandated for all professors of the university. Because of this, treatment of LGBTQ plus students varies wildly based on faculty they happen to be assigned to. Transgender students are especially vulnerable on this front, as they often struggle with being incorrectly gendered and named in classrooms and in front of their alleged educational equals. This issue not only exists in the worlds of culture and rhetoric, but more importantly in the material conditions of the university as well. There are very few gender-neutral restrooms on campus, and those that do exist are poorly marked and rarely accessible. Few gender-neutral bathrooms exist in the residence hall that students actually live in during their time on campus. LGBTQ plus organizations, such as those in the Campus Y, are egregiously underfunded by the university. These institutions need the resources to expand, reach out, and build a community for LGBTQ plus students that need support on campus. On the subject of housing, there exists very few options for LGBTQ plus students if they seek more inclusive housing. Pride Place, currently located in Joyner Residence Hall, is too small of a program to accommodate all transgender students seeking safe housing or gay and lesbian students seeking a safer social environment. To combat this, the Undergraduate Senate demands that the university either expands the Pride Place program or adopts more measures to address anti-LGBTQ plus behavior across campus. The university administration's current response to these violations of civil liberties is basically non-existent. Last school year, the doors in Joyner's Pride Place were defaced, and the administration failed to take appropriate action to investigate this vandalism. The university is falling far behind on providing safe housing for its more marginalized students. UNC Greensboro and UNC Asheville are much more accommodating of its LGBTQ+ students, and yet the university currently fails in this facet. In conclusion, the 104th Undergraduate Senate demands that the university administration takes immediate action to A, promote safe zone training, B, encourage faculty and staff to respect transgender students, C, redistribute money to equitably fund the LGBTQ+ Center, D, promote and expand access to gender-neutral bathrooms, E, expand Pride Place program to more residence hall, and F, acknowledge the current political situation. And with that, I yield to comments.
Are there any questions for Senator Addy?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Natick, so I served on last year's executive board under the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, specifically on the LGBT plus, just kind of like equity council. One of the things that was one of our actionable items was finding funds for the LGBTQ plus center. And it turns out they already have a budget for the LGBTQ plus center, and that is funded through the school already. And their funding is no longer an issue at the school. Like their budget is much bigger than they thought, and they were able to find it. And they like the department director for the LGBT center no longer needs additional funding. I don't know if you're interested in taking that off of one of your immediate action items because that already been covered, or if you still want to leave it there and kind of just tweak it to say give more money to them. I just wanted to make it aware that that budget does currently exist.
Well, the language used here doesn't imply that like a budget does not exist, but moreover that the current budget, regardless of what it is, does not seem to actually be helpful. I spoke with a lot of I spoke with like members of SAGA about this, and they're still struggling to be able to properly hold social events, capable of finding the resources to reach out to queer students across campus. So while I'm very glad that there is now more funding happening, it is clear to those that are actually in the situation that it is not adequate.
Completely understandable. I just wanted to make that aware in case that like changed how you wanted to word it.
No, I understand. Don't worry. Yeah. Cool.
All right. Are there any? Does any senator wish to make a comment on, or is there a motion in your? No.
Yes.
Yeah. Any comments?
Hi. I think it's a great bill. I read it a couple hours ago. A motion to unanimously vote in affirmation. And I don't know the correct wording to be.
Motion to vote by unanimous consent.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second.
Seconded.
All right. Any objection? All right. Without objection, this resolution passes by unanimous consent.
Congrats, everybody. That's a good bill.
I want to thank everyone again for coming out tonight. Thank you.
That concludes the simple resolutions calendar. We are now on the consent calendar. Does any senator have a motion for the consent calendar? Yes, Vice President Robinson.
I apologize for speaking out of turn. A student in the previous discussion, Allison Thompson, brought up a procedural question about Senate. I wasn't sure if you might take a quick moment and explain her answer just so folks can go on about their night if they've already been here for a couple of hours.
Can you remind me the question? Which
Allison, are you still on the call? Would you be able to repeat your question for the speaker?
Yes, I am. If I may. The question I had was what, I don't know the exact Senate procedural here, but what, could there not have been an amendment period or amendments added to the previous bill about the renaming of building names before it was kind of given a no vote and tabled till this meeting? I was just wondering if there was any opportunity for there to be amendments given during that initial session instead of pushing it back.
Sure. So I I see Andrew's hand is up. 1 second. There's always a chance to make a motion for an amendment. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and watch the recording on why there might not have been. Andrew or Chair Gary, I apologize for calling you Andrew. Your hand is raised. Do you have something to respond to that?
I just wanted to add on to your answer. I don't have a perfect recollection of the last meeting. It's been a while since I've watched the recording. But during discussion on a bill, amendments are always in order. Regardless if those amendments are friendly or not, they can still be put forward. Amendments can be put forward over like an author's objection, though I haven't seen that happen very often. I believe at the last meeting, there was at least one amendment put forward to strike Keenan Stadium from the resolution. And I think that failed. I don't remember.
No, that actually passed. I put forth that amendment, and that was favorable.
I don't remember. I think there might have been maybe one other amendment with regards to Venable Hall, but I don't remember any others being put forward. But to answer your question, yes, there's always an opportunity for amendments. Whether or not they're made is up to individual senators.
I'd like to add that at the last meeting, the other amendment that was made was to strike Cameron Avenue from the list of names. So the list of names was up for discussion and amendments were made, and they continue to be made after it was voted down.
Allison, does that help with answering your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I believe Julia also was curious about that. Would you mind letting her, forwarding that to her as well? Thank you.
May I? I was just going to say, if you have the capacity, Speaker Phillips, I think it'd be great if you could send an email perhaps to Julia as well, just so that burden is not on Allison to communicate that information.
I'd be more than happy to do that. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send an email after the meeting. All right, so we are back on the consent calendar. Is there a motion from any senator regarding
the consent calendar by unanimous consent?
So moved.
Second.
All right, without objection, the consent calendar has passed without objection. Congratulations for all those nominees. We are now in line for the general orders calendar. So the first one that we have is USB 10412, the bill to appropriate student government funds for code mandated undergraduate honor court system stipends. Chair Erdl, you're recognized to speak on this.
Yeah, this was originally on the consent calendar, but I pulled both of the code mandated stipend bills off because we need to add a section that mandates that these bills will go into effect on or after July 1st, so they can start in the next fiscal year. So I guess if someone could propose an amendment adding a section doing that, that would be appreciated.
Do you want it as a friendly amendment?
Well, I would declare it as friendly. So you propose the amendment. I
propose a friendly amendment that you add in that these reparations will start next fiscal year.
Right.
Seconded.
Okay.
If I could get the wording for that, I can go ahead and add that in.
So if you could add section 2 or see if I could get onto it. I could potentially write it as well. Are we on 103 right now, or?
We're on 1-2.
Okay.
So this is sorry, I believe the honor system.
Okay. Section 2. So essentially, it would write this bill.
If I may, you could just say it'll. I'm sorry. I had to step away for. I had to turn off my audio for a second, but you can just say that it'll take effect on July 1st, or immediately should it pass into law following that date.
Okay. This bill shall take effect on July 1st or immediately after that date, could you rephrase that, Logan? Or
It shall take
just
effect.
repeat what you said.
This bill shall take effect on July 1st, 2022, or immediately should it become law after that date. And that language should work for all finance bills on the agenda.
Yeah, so that was the only change, I guess, that we had to do on this bill. If you guys would like me to read through it, I'd be more than happy to do that. But like if there would just be a motion
And
to
motion to suspend all necessary procedures to not adopt this by unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Seconded.
Any objections? All right, hearing none, this bill is passed by unanimous consent. Congratulations. We will, Senator Galano, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just for the sake of brevity, I wanted to just comment real quick on the Greek bill that I've proposed in the committee of the whole. I was going to honestly retract that, so we can all just get off and get our business done without having that linger through committee of the whole and try to figure out that. So I'm just making a motion to suspend the rules and retract my own bill that's in committee of the whole. That's USB 104033.
All right, is there a second?
Senators can just withdraw their bill. No need to.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Perfect.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
All right, Senator, that will be withdrawn right now. All right, we are now on to USB 10413, a bill to appropriate student government funds for code-mandated Board of Elections undergraduate stipends. Chair Erdl, you are recognized.
Yeah, so I guess if someone could make the same motion so that this would take effect on or after July 1st.
You can amend your own bill.
All right, so I'm just gonna copy and paste that section. I recognize my amendment as friendly. Would you guys like me to go over it, or can I have a motion?
To suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Seconded.
All right, thank you.
Without objection, congratulations.
Congrats, guys. I'm glad we could be quick with this.
We are now on to USB 10414, a bill to appropriate student government funds to the Student Supreme Court. Chair Earl, you are recognized.
Right. So I believe Justice Ewington was going to be Justice Ewington. Are you in the call right now? Okay. I had sent him a text. He might be joining in a bit if any of you all have questions. But essentially, Finance Committee allocated 100% of what the Supreme Court had requested. They have $315 in capital expenditures, $105 in educational supplies, $2,100 for printing and publicity, $682 for programming, totaling up to $3,202.50. I can link the appropriations page if anyone would like to take a closer look at what that money is being spent on.
Excuse me. Can I just do the motion to suspend all necessary rules?
Unfortunately, we can't do that with this bill. We have to go category by category and appropriate because it is a budget bill. So that will take a bit more time. But I guess Speaker Phillips, if you would like to get on with that part, if there are no questions.
Sure. Is there a motion to approve the capital expenditures for $315?
So moved.
All right, without objection.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the budget of $105 for educational supplies?
So moved.
All right, without objection. Is there a motion to approve $2,100 for printing and publicity?
So moved.
All right, without objection. Is there a motion to approve $682 for programming?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, without objection. And then do we have to make a
And
motion for the entirety, or is that it?
If someone could also propose the same amendment, the July 1st one.
You can amend your own bill.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. I'm gonna add that. Shit. Okay. Hold up. All right. Okay. Think that
Before we leave this page, is it possible, eyeballing it, that total doesn't look right to me? Maybe it is.
well, it's 2001. Yeah, it should be right. You
No,
315 plus 105 plus 2000 plus 680. That does.
Well, no, where's the 50 cents coming from?
Let me whip out my calculator.
Yeah, where's the 50 cents coming from?
No,
Let
he's
me
right. There
check
is
the
no 50
I hate to be
there.
that guy, but we count every cent here.
Okay, let me check the appropriations page real quick.
Just like his ladies, they count every cent.
Undergraduate Supreme Court. Okay, so programming should be $682.50.
I
So that
motion
is where,
yeah, just change all that.
Is there a motion to add 50 cents to the budget for programming?
I second.
Without objection. It's the big bucks. There you go.
all right.
I move to adopt this bill by unanimous consent.
So moved.
Seconded.
No, we
Okay,
couldn't do that.
objections?
What?
We had to approve the line items first.
Okay.
we just
I
had to
also
vote on it.
approve this. Yes, please. Yes.
Is there, without objection, hearing no objection, this bill passes by unanimous consent.
All right. Next we're on to Senate. I'm gonna go ahead and add the amendment real quick.
Yeah. Would it be appropriate for me to just break this down?
All right.
I imagine it would be. Sorry. Let's see. But just being official, we're moving on to USB 104 15, a bill to appropriate student government funds to the undergraduate Senate. Chair Erdal, you are recognized.
Yeah, so this is for the undergraduate Senate. Any questions?
Just curiosity, what are some of these for? Like publicity? Like what are we printing?
Yeah, so I can break that down for you. So what we're doing is there is outreach / publicity is broken down to a few things. Canva Pro account. This is following the president of Speaker Powell. This can be used for any senator who wishes to publicize Senate events or create graphics for their projects. That comes up to $120 a year. Senate stickers, 180 stickers, that comes out to $155. Senate lapel pins, 70 of those at $3.54 comes out to $247.80. And then flyers.
That's perfect. You don't got to
fest-
keep going. I just was curious.
I know you're good. You're good.
Christian, do you have any thoughts on, since you are the organizational officer behind this bill, do you have any thoughts on yielding the chair to Arthi?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a great idea. Yeah. Arthi, is that all right with you? Is there a motion to, or do I have to make a motion for that?
No, you can just yield the chair.
I yield the chair to Arthi.
Yeah,
Or to Pro
absolutely.
Tem Theodore.
Yeah, I got it.
I move to appropriate 5,000 for office supplies.
Second.
I move to appropriate $116 for postage.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $325 for printing and publicity.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $247.80 for production.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $3,600 for stipends.
Seconded.
Seconded.
Second.
And I move to appropriate a total of $9,288.80 to the undergraduate senate.
Second.
Seconded.
And I move to approve this bill by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Hearing none, this bill is approved by unanimous consent. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to USB 10416. This is the executive branch budget request. I will yield to Chair Ertl. Chair Ertl, did you want to talk through this one?
Sorry, my Zoom was cutting out. What'd you say?
We're moving on to USB 10416. So this is the executive branches.
Right. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and add the amendment to that real quick. So I guess this particular budget was a bit more contentious during committee. I know that there were some questions regarding, I believe it was the Cabinet Collaboration Fund, but I'm sure that all of you got the memorandum that was sent out prior to the meeting. If there are any questions, I can, I guess, did I already link the appropriations page? Yeah. There you should be able to find the detailed explanations that were sent by former organizational treasurer Richards, who submitted the budget. But you can go in and read what all of these specific items are for. But I'd also be willing to entertain any queries. And if the president is still here, I'm sure that she could answer any questions that people might have.
I am still here with you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. But like you said, that budget information is available in that link that you provided, and we sent that memo as well. And so hopefully that'll be able to add any context just to be able to assist you all. Thank you.
I actually did have a question about this one. It's going to be more directed towards Student Body President Van. So I read through the document that was sent to us, kind of detailing what activities were occurring. One specifically that stood out to me, because I myself served in DEI last semester, was the student, I don't even know how it was phrased this time, but it was like the equity or equality conference. I don't know how it's been listed now. Because it was racial justice, I think is what we called it last year. It didn't end up actually happening at all. They kept trying to plan it and we kept replanning it, and then it just never ended up happening. But I saw that listed once again in your budget, and I was curious to know if you're requesting the funds for it now, do you have solid evidence that you are going to continue and follow through on this conference, this racial equity and justice conference? Because it just never occurred last semester.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I would say as far as follow through on any of the events that we have, I think I have more experience than probably any student body president that we've ever had as far as planning and just operating this programmatic component of our work. And so feel really confident in my ability to lead our team and to work with the team that we've worked hard to put together that is so talented to ensure that all of the plans that we have are executable. We've made sure that these goals are measurable and as specific as they can be at this time. And just are making sure we're going to get that work done for our student body. And I guess I think your question was a little bit long. Could you kind of remind me of what the first portion of it was?
It was just more about specifically, I know DEI, the Racial Justice Conference.
I don't know about the Racial Justice Conference from last year. I don't believe that there's anything in our memorandum or in our budget now that calls for a Racial Justice Conference. I do believe that our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department has an item that is for an international convention of sorts, just for students to be able to reach across a multicultural space and connect with each other over the course of the year. That may be what you're referring to, but to answer your question more broadly, any and all items that are outlined, me and and Chief of Staff Brian and everybody else in EBO is working really closely with our cabinet co-directors, and they'll be working with their general staff to make sure that all of these details are fully ironed out before we return to campus in the fall. Because by the time like first day of class starts, I think it's August 15th, all of the stuff logistically will be fully planned. And at that point, the only thing we need to do is actually do it.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Chair Gary, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just have one quick question. So in the memo, there's a bunch of RSOs listed for like as I guess collaborators. I don't have the memo up in front of me though. I could check. I just wanted to ask, have these people already been contacted about their participation in these events, or are these individuals you are planning, or not individuals, organizations you are planning on reaching out to about these events?
Yeah, many of the organizations that are listed have already communicated a willingness and like an excitement for working with our branch on different events throughout the year. That is not true for all of them. And so if I'm remembering correctly, without having the memo directly in front of me, though I could very easily pull it up, that item is listed as RSO/collaborations of interest. And so each of our cabinet co-directors who are not official employees of the branch yet, because they've yet to be confirmed, they still took the time to do research and to decide what are a few different organizations that they think would work well with their department and their aims over the course of the year. Thank you for your question. I don't know if I can call on people, but I see you, Senator Guilana. I want to make sure I'm saying it right.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you. This is just more of a general question, just regarding like the operations of your branch, but do you have people within your department that are actively planning on reaching out to many of these student groups actively, or are you planning on publicizing this information online?
Yeah, I think that we definitely want to have information publicized online, want to have like physical flyers and things around campus to make sure people are informed. But the purpose of this strategy is so that our co-directors and some of their staff as well are getting the opportunity to reach out directly. I think that a larger strategy of us operating our cabinet this year, this way in this year, is to help increase voter turnout in our student body election at the end of the year. And so I think the best way to do that is not for you to constantly see graphics from the executive branch, but for you to have a real connection with the directors of that branch who do work that directly relates to your constituency. Then you want to vote more, you want them to vote more, and there are more people from these different groups who are getting involved. And I think that the best way to just have a more cohesive student body, like one that is making decisions that we all feel are representative of us, is to just have more involvement. And we're really excited to do that, whatever it ultimately means for like the future of our university.
Any other questions? All right, Chair Gary.
Not a question, a motion. At this time, I move we adopt this bill by unanimous consent.
Second.
Do we need to
Don't we have to
itemize the-
appropriate the funds
Yeah.
first?
Yes, we'll have to approve.
Never mind, I withdraw.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve $7,100 for building and venue rental?
Motion.
So moved.
I move to appropriate $150 for dues and fees.
So
Seconded.
moved.
Move to appropriate $2,300 for lodging.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $2,500 for printing and publicity.
I believe that would be 250.
Sorry, it is 6:15 a.m. right now. I move to appropriate $250 for production.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $9,500 for programming.
Second.
I move to appropriate $5,000 for speaker fees.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $18,360 for stipends.
Second.
I move to appropriate $600 for subscriptions and periodicals.
Seconded.
I move to appropriate $570.95 for travel.
Seconded.
And I move to appropriate a total of $45,580.95 to the executive branch.
Seconded.
And I have already added the amendment, so that is all done.
I move for final passage by unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Any objections? Hearing none, this bill passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations. Now moving on to USR 104-17. This was introduced by President Van, and it's a resolution to confirm the executive cabinet of the Van administration. President Van, if you would like to speak on this.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do want to just begin by saying that a lot of our cabinet co-directors are abroad right now, so many of them had to leave before this meeting. There are two of our directors who just texted me and asked if they could have like permission just to go because it's 4 a.m. in London right now and they have to be up at 7 for like their work tomorrow. So I did just let them go, but we did provide all the applications for these people, all of their resumes, and we went through a really, really rigorous process. I think that we've chosen individuals who are going to do incredible work. And again, have already begun that work, as you can see a bit of it in the memorandum that they prepared before even being confirmed. I think that we're going to be able to do a lot of great stuff with this team. And so just appreciate you guys for being able to consider them. I guess I do have a question of my own. I noticed that one part of this bill is inaccurate. So I guess I wanted to know if a senator would be willing to make a motion just to fix it. It identifies Bomi Shaw and her other co-director as directors for the Department of Environmental Affairs. Or maybe this got fixed already. No, I think that that's right. Yeah, it says that they're for the Department of Environmental Affairs, but if you scroll down, you'll see that that is not correct. Would it be possible for someone to correct that? I figured it wouldn't be a huge deal if not, just because the actual items are accurate. It identifies them as the Departments of Student Wellness and Safety. But just wanted the bill to be as in order as possible if you guys are able to make that change.
If it's friendly, can't she do it herself?
I'm not a senator, I don't believe, or I don't know.
You authored the resolution, so you can just go ahead and do it.
Great. Yeah.
Also, please fix the Speaker Phillips's name at the bottom. It is missing the S. It is misspelled.
Thank you. Good catch.
But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that people have. I don't know if the R&J meeting that we had about this was recorded. I believe that it was. So I hope that you all got access to that recording as well in advance of this meeting.
Any questions?
Well, I think in chat, Esther Eichen said that her last name was misspelled.
Okay, sorry, let me go ahead.
Chair Gary, while she's fixing that, was this reported favorably to us?
It was reported without prejudice.
Okay.
Thank you for those corrections, sincerely.
Okay. Any other questions or any amendments at this time? Hearing none, I believe next would be a motion to enter a discussion unless anyone else wants to introduce a motion. Chair Gary?
Yeah, I'm just going to move to suspend on the stay rules and adopt by unanimous consent. And before we do that, I just want to say, in the future, nominees are traditionally submitted individually, like each resolution. It's done so that if there's an objection to one, not everyone gets failed at the same time. So just wanted to note that I was going to do it in R&J, but I had family issues come up and couldn't do it. So just wanted to mention that now. But anyway, yeah, I moved for unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Any objections? Hearing none, this resolution passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations. All right, give me one moment to go switch the agenda. All right, let me pull up USB 18. Okay, so this is USR 104-18, and this was introduced by President Van. It's a resolution to confirm a member of the Student Advisory Committee to the Chancellor. I will turn it over to President Van to speak on this.
Yeah, I know that we have been here for a long time, and so I would just echo the same sentiments. Like a lot of this information, application, all of that has been delivered to you all, and we've worked really hard to cultivate a team of people that are going to work really hard over the course of the next year. Vice President Robinson might have more to add, but I don't have anything more at this time. And thank you all.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to just welcome Eleanor Bolton here tonight and thank her so much for sticking with us to this point in the evening, and also for working with us through her own recovery, which is what prohibited her from attending R&J last week. So Eleanor, thank you so much for being here. And I think the Senate would love to hear just a short little bit from you, but I'll just preface it by saying, Eleanor, many of you know her from her work in the Student Government Suite. She's also, I believe now, president or a co-president of Tar Heels at the Table, and an outstanding advocate who I've had the pleasure of working with before. And I look forward to continuing to work with this year. Eleanor?
Thank you so much, Sam. And I do want to start out by saying thank you so much to President Van for this nomination. Your fortitude and leadership throughout this meeting has been such a light to me, and I really appreciate you nominating me. I'm really excited to be a part of the student advisory to the chancellor because I advocate a lot for students with disabilities. I am the upcoming president of the Disability Advocates Committee for the Campus Y, as well as the co-president of Tar Heels at the Table. So I'm really excited to continue some of my work. If you want some examples of some of my work, I co-organized Carolina for Everybody, which was the first of its kind protest for students with disabilities and their rights on campus. And I'm really excited to kind of mention my physical disability, as it's really important to me, and kind of demonstrating the diversity on campus and advocating for everyone's experience. So I'm really excited for this opportunity, and I hope if you guys have any questions about kind of my experience or my leadership, I'd be happy to answer those. But thank you guys so much.
Any questions at this time? Chair Gary?
I move to suspend unnecessary rules and confirm Eleanor Bolton by unanimous consent.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, this resolution passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations. Now moving on to USR 104-19. So another resolution to confirm a member of the Student Advisory Committee to the Chancellor. I will pass it on to President Van.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo the same remarks. I know it's late. I know y'all are tired. All the same stuff. You have access to all the same documents, and it's really, really excited about Valerie entering our team, joining our team.
Do you have any questions or anything?
If I may, Madam Speaker Pro Tempore, I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, at R&J, I believe only Eleanor was the, who's the nominee that, I only saw one SAC on the agenda. Am I looking in the wrong place?
Oh, my mistake. Sorry about that. Moving on then to USR 104-24. Give me one moment.
And that would be Sophie Van Dyne for the Board of Elections.
Yes, apologies. So moving on to this resolution, if you would like to add anything, President Van, about Ms. Van Dyne.
I'll keep it short, as I have up to this time, but would say that going through the elections process as somebody who was not familiar with student government at all and didn't understand our codes, the Board of Elections was essential to helping me understand what the space was like and figure out how to govern our student body. And so the role is very, very important, and Sophie's so dedicated. And so I just passed the ball to Sam from there.
Well, just to say, Sophie, in evaluating applications, is exactly the kind of person you want involved in this kind of work. Extremely intelligent, but also dedicated to close reading, to the details, to research. And I'll brag on her a little bit. I believe was valedictorian of her class at East Chapel Hill High School, which is a remarkable achievement in and of itself, if you know anything about the academics of this area. So just to brag on her a little bit. And Sophie, looking forward to having you if confirmed.
Any questions at this time? Chair Gary?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Second.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, this resolution passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations. Moving on to USR 104-29. Just one moment to pull that up. Sorry for the delay there. Okay, and it looks like this was introduced by Chair Gary. If you'd like to speak on this bill.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So last session, there were two bills to like clean up Title II, one introduced very early at the session and one that was the last bill of the session. Unfortunately, Title II is still not perfect. In fact, it is far from it. This bill is like very lengthy. I'm not going to go through all of it because it's so late. But basically, it doesn't actually change anything. All it does is clean up language that is in the code and make processes clear. It does move some sections around, but like, again, nothing is being fundamentally altered or changed. It is just meant to clean up the code and make it readable and make it so that it is legally enforceable. With that, if there are any specific questions, I'll be sure to answer them now.
I had a question. I have a question just about one, because I talked to you earlier about this. One line that I find confusing of why it's being struck out is in the very beginning of the code. Why are you striking out the stipulation right there, Article 2, Section 111? No two voting members of the Senate shall hold a single elective office.
Oh, thank you. That reminds me. I'm so tired. I forgot to fix that. That actually needs to be added back in an earlier draft of the bill. We were gonna like basically redefine all the elected positions as officers, but then it was explained that to me by some other senators, that would not be a good idea. So
right. So friendly amendment, I would say add that back in so we don't end up having like co-speakers and stuff like that.
Yeah, please add that back.
That's just a point of information. The person proposing the amendment doesn't determine whether it is friendly or not. It is the sponsor of the bill who makes that determination. Like if you're proposing an amendment, it's just, an amendment, just semantics. But yeah.
Sorry, I was not aware of who specifically sponsored this bill.
It's totally fine. I think the command key for it is Alt-Shift-5. Will unstrike it.
Sorry, it's not. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, any other questions?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Second. Any objections? Hearing none, this resolution passes. Sorry, this bill passes through unanimous consent. Congratulations. Next, moving on to USB 104-30, a bill to reform Title V. This was also introduced by Chair Gary. If you'd like to speak on that.
Yeah, so like with the last one, this is not the first bill to deal with Title V. There was a bill brought last session to do it. And just like with the last bill, nothing is being changed in this bill. Nothing is being significantly altered. Everything in this bill is being added to make the code consistent and readable. The only like significant changes are clarifying how some of the appointment process works, like defining what a nominee is in a way that isn't a circular definition, making the confirmation process not just utterly confusing, reviewing sections of the code that are just strictly illegal, and the only other part of like major significance is clarifying the process for appointing the chief legal officer and deputy legal officers, since that is currently not outlined anywhere in the code. Everything else is just cleaning up language and making it so that the code works. Nothing really being changed, just codifying the way that we do things as a matter of custom. Because fun fact, the code hasn't been updated since 2013. So with that, I'll take any questions.
My only question is regarding the beginning of the bill, where it talks about clarifying what an open meeting is and what public records there are for a Senate meeting and legislation being public.
Sorry.
How does that coincide with the recent bill we just passed about being like, following those standards? Like, what was the point of removing these right here?
So yeah, those clauses are now redundant. They basically say that they just say the same thing that the Sunshine Act said. In fact, actually, some of these clauses are illegal. They state that like you have to upload things to the website within 7 days. That's not how the law actually works. You have to upload them pretty much like immediately. So like yeah, it's just like eliminating redundancies in the code so that the code doesn't just repeat itself a bunch of times.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you.
There's actually one amendment I need to make that I'll just make myself. If you'll scroll down to section 232, I think it's in like it's a little far down in the bill towards the end. I actually moved this section to earlier in the bill, but forgot to strike it through all the way. That's just a small error on my part. It's further down.
Apologies, my it's
No,
free.
it's
But yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it is, section 232. If you could just strike that entirely. That section got moved to earlier on in the code where it makes sense. So unless there are any other questions, I don't have anything else to present.
Okay, any questions or a motion?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, this bill passes through an unanimous consent. Congratulations. Next on to USR 104-31. I believe this item is misnumbered, but
that's fun.
We can fix that later. Okay, this was also introduced by Chair Gary, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so I want to start by saying I know an earlier resolution to reform the standing rules was killed in R&J, and I want to start by saying, like all the other bills, this resolution does not introduce anything new. It simply cleans up the standing rules because they have not been significantly edited since at least 2016, if not 2013. There's a lot of stuff in there that we do not do anymore, and stuff that we should do that is not in the standing rules. So it basically cleans up a lot of language and condenses it a bunch. The major, I guess what you can call major changes are with regards to cleaning up the agenda to make it clear how certain things work, especially eliminating redundancies because now we passed the Sunshine Act, which governs how open meetings work. A lot of the changes are just getting rid of stuff that we don't do that could like cause problems. I will say the biggest change is allowing terminal motions in committee. So a terminal motion is something like moving to postpone something indefinitely. I think committees should absolutely be able to postpone things indefinitely. So that will be very much allowed under this change. But yeah, broadly, once again, just cleaning up language, getting rid of old stuff, and making the standing rules like reflect how we actually do things. So if there are any questions.
I'm sorry again to have a question.
Rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
I do have a question about this, Dennis. I'm so sorry. I hate to ask so many questions, but
it's 6 a.m. for me. I'm not going to withdraw my motion.
You're good to go, leave, Dennis. We still have quorum. Okay, my question is, you have a note in here that staff positions that are not filled can then be assigned to senators to fill. My question then relates to if we do not currently like read minutes at our meetings, but it is in the agenda. If that is do we then have to assign the clerk position to a senator in order to start having minutes and read those said minutes at the meetings?
So yeah, I'll break this down. So the previous Title II bill we just passed gave the speaker the power to appoint acting staffers. This is because like there are specific code and standing rules requirements that have to be fulfilled by staff, and we kind of just already allow committee chairs and like the SPT to fill those roles already as a matter of custom, but that's like strictly illegal. With regards to minutes, it is now legally required as a part of the code and also under state law that all of us take minutes. So like this meeting, there has to be written meeting. Of all Senate meetings from now on, there have to be written meeting minutes. We are technically, like under the current version of standing rules, supposed to have those minutes read at every meeting and then adopted by majority vote. I cannot think of a time when this is ever done. I believe I'm actually striking that requirement since it would just be burdensome for us.
Right. I wanted to make sure that was occurring because I think the reason it's never happened before is because it falls under the position of clerk and we've never had a clerk. So I was just wondering if in this resolution that was addressed.
Yes, I believe it's being struck. And if it isn't, then I guess we're going to have to start reading mini minutes.
Okay.
Fix that. But I don't. If you know exactly where it is in the standing rules, we can skip to that part and strike it just to be safe.
I sadly do not. It would fall under agenda of how we've listed the agenda. I don't know anything beyond that.
Okay. Let's see. While SBT is looking for that, I see there's another question.
Yeah, as far as the minutes go, would the minutes be required to be written, or would like a recording of the Zoom meetings, as far as during the summer at least, would that suffice, or would we have to start taking those minutes now?
So under state law, recordings are not legal substitutes for minutes. Like we have to have written meeting. Like we can record the meeting, which is great, and I would definitely encourage us to keep doing, but we also have to have separate written minutes, which I know is redundant and can definitely be annoying, but it is required by state law. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Let's see.
I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt this bill or this resolution by unanimous consent.
Seconded. Let's give Dennis a
Seconded.
break, honestly.
Any objections? Hearing none, this bill or this resolution passes by unanimous consent. Apologies, I wasn't able to find the section regarding the agenda.
I've just now found it. I will talk to Chair Gary about it and we'll work on that.
Okay, perfect, thanks. All right, moving on to USR 10431. Oh, no, sorry, we just did that one. Do we have to amend the numbering, or is that just something we can do later? Does anyone
do that?
I'm sorry,
I
what was
believe
that?
the speaker should be able to fix that.
The speaker or
Yeah,
the
I
Okay.
apologize if that was an error. That can be, I'll definitely fix that.
Okay, no problem. All right, just wanted to make sure that that could be handled outside of the session. Anyways, moving onwards to USB 10432, a bill to improve the equal opportunity provisions of the student code. This was introduced by Chair Gary, and I will turn it over to him.
Yeah, so this bill is something I've actually wanted to do for quite a while. I actually introduced legislation last session to do exactly what this bill does, though I was pressured by the executive branch to withdraw it for reasons that were never fully explained to me. So with that, I'm actually going to go through the bill because this actually, unlike the other three, does substantially change the code. It overhauls the student government equal opportunity protections to be in line with university policy, federal law, and with peer institutions of what they're doing. Broadly speaking, it lists a number of protected categories, like just so many. I isn't too tired to read all of them. It also states very clearly that you cannot that those protections also extend to like association with individuals who fall in those protected categories. Perhaps the biggest change is with reasonable accommodations. I would argue that under existing federal law and regulations, and as a public body, we already have to follow these provisions. So just putting them in the code is redundant, but I wanted it to be there because I don't think it's fair to expect people to read federal law. But basically, the reasonable accommodations provisions go like this. We will reasonably accommodate individuals impacted by disability. We will reasonably accommodate individuals who observe religious practices. And we will take necessary steps to ensure that individuals who are limited in English proficiency can engage with student government. These are left deliberately vague because like student government doesn't have the resources of like the actual government. Like a real government has to have ASL interpreters at every meeting. While I think we should do this, I do not necessarily think we have the resources to. Like, I think we should be able to provide the student code in multiple languages, though that might take some time to actually do effectively. I know there are some people who want to bring some amendments to this resolution, which I'm definitely happy to do. Not resolution, bill, just to cover some anti-discrimination protections. But with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions at this time?
I move to suspend all necessary rules.
No, there are amendments. There are amendments, Dennis. I'm sorry. The amendments that were sent to me are to add ethnicity to subsection A of section 111. To add neurological, or here I can, Arthi, what would be easiest for you?
If you want to just go ahead and add everything in, because it looks like you're amending your own bill.
Okay. What's the, I will pull it up. I see Callie, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just from the chat. There's a couple spelling errors that Bobby brings up that I believe undergraduate is spelled incorrectly. Basically just going through and fixing all the red underlines, if that's friendly.
Yeah, please.
Some of these are just grammarly being pedantic.
Oh, I do not, wait, am I not signed in correctly? Let me try. Let me try signing into the undergraduate Senate account to edit it.
Otherwise, if you want to just send the amendment through chat, I'll just copy and paste it in if that's easier.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up the bill. I'll see if that works.
Okay. Any other questions at this time?
Seeing no further amendments, I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Second.
Yeah, I'm gonna send the amendment in the chat if that works for you, Arthi.
Sure, yeah.
Here's like it is very much far in excess of what the university requires. Here's like just the updated clause if you just want to copy the whole thing instead of like inserting individual.
Sure, I can go ahead and do that.
And that is section 111, subsection A. Yeah.
Okay, so this bill passes by unanimous consent. And onwards to our last bill of the night. Go ahead and pull that up. This is USR 104-34, resolution to adopt the Code of Ethical Conduct, and it was introduced by Chair Stevens. I will go ahead and yield to you to speak on this.
Thank you. I will try to make this exceedingly short. Basically, the code requires that we have a code of ethical conduct. This has not been created as far as I can tell by past ethics committees. So here it is. It's basically a compiled list of everything in the code or university requirements that we already do. It just goes through, we can't accept gifts from other people. We can't have a conflict of interest. We have equal opportunity provisions. We represent our districts. And then just a collection of disclosures, professional conduct, and then just like a collection of general requirements. If anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to take queries.
I don't have a question, but Senate is spelled wrong at the top of the bill, like towards the middle of the bill.
All right, that's friendly. I don't know exactly where it is.
Yeah, we were scrolling so fast. Right there. Number 2.
Thank you. Yeah, if we could just go through, make sure everything's spelled correctly. Spelling is not my strong suit, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yes, Chair Gary.
Yeah, I just have a brief amendment with regards to the enactment clause. It says, therefore be it resolved, blah, 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 that the ethical code of conduct of the undergraduate senate be altered, be adopted. If you would wouldn't mind striking be altered.
Yeah, that's friendly. I think, yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
Any more questions? I don't.
Once again, Christian Phillips' name is spelled wrong at the bottom of the bill.
Oh, my apologies. Can you?
No, it's
notify
okay.
me if you can please correct that.
Thank you for catching that.
Okay, any other questions or a motion?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and adopt by unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Seconded.
Any objections? Hearing none, this resolution passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so that ends everything that's on our general orders calendar. Are there any notices or announcements addressed to the Senate? I'm sorry, what was that?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Let's do it.
Second.
And this is about to eat breakfast.
Thank you all very much.
We did it.
Thank
We
you
did
all.
it.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
Y'all have a good one.
I want to thank everyone.
Later.
I'll have a good one.
Everyone.
Christian, I just got the records for everyone, so I'm good whenever you want to close the meeting. Thank you.
All set?
Mr. Speaker, thank
All
you
right,
very
Kelly.
much for taking the time.
Oh, absolutely, Vice President Robinson. Again, you did just as much as I did in this meeting. You're still here, so I
And I
appreciate
don't believe that, but thank you very much.
All right,
it. Have a good one.
thank you all. See you.